Hello, and welcome to the podcast of Fiddler's Green. I'm your host, David Green. Here I talk about all sorts of things: culture, politics, the fate of mankind. So, this is the resumption of the podcast after being gone for about 2 weeks now. And I wanted to do a stream where I took on the year 2022. Now, I would have done this earlier, I would have done this around January, New Year's properly. But man, the holidays were hectic for me. This is the first holiday that I ever spent sort of being in charge by myself. I'm not by myself, obviously, I have my family. But, when you're a young adult, even when you have family and you're always going to other people's places for Christmas, you're not really responsible for the dinner, for the tree, for the decorations, for getting everyone organized. And this year, we were on our own. It was just sort of all us. And I think we did a pretty good job. My wife and I did a little bit of a podcast that was a little bit tipsy, I'm not going to lie, about preparing for Christmas. And it worked perfectly fine. I've been looking around for things that I want to introduce my son to over the holidays and during New Year's. And it's very difficult establishing your own traditions. One thing that this is an aside, it's nothing to do with tonight's live stream, but I always miss this. This is something that's probably never going to come back because we live in the present year. But there always used to be, leading up to Christmas, there always used to be one or two kind of family adventure movies during the Christmas holidays. So think Home Alone. Or, I don't know, the last one I think was like Avatar. Titanic was one too, actually. But there always were these sort of, big budget, exciting adventure movies that were technically suitable for families. And so usually everyone used to go to the theater for Christmas, sometime very near Christmas. And we've just been searching for some good. Of course, you can't find it. You can't find any good movies in the theaters these days, and you can't even find that many good movies on any platform. I never really realized, but I'm never really a big fan of Christmas movies. They all have kind of a very similar pattern to them, and a lot of them just don't hold up very well. But I was looking around for a movie to go to in the theater, and I remember talking to my mother, and she recommended that I see Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. I chuckled to myself. I think if there was a single director that embodied everything I hate about modern movies to a T, it would be Guillermo del Toro. I can't. The problem. There's so many different things wrong with this director. It's kind of hard to take my pick where to start. First of all, the guy is famous for copying a bunch of other artists and basically a bunch of early 20th century Swedish authors. I think the guy's name was John Bauer, who did these wonderful pictures of trolls that was very archaic. It looked like they were emerging out of wood. It looked like they were carved faces and very, very anachronistic pictures, fantasy pictures. And so Guillermo del Toro basically made himself the face of this art style in movies. And subsequently, all you get from his movies is just good source material, good art directing, mixed into a horribly made movie with an absolutely shit-lib talking point directly injected right in front of your nose. This is the most stupid thing imaginable. I think people didn't realize what the trick was until they got to The Shape of Water. Famously Ben Shapiro called it grinding Nemo. But this has been Del Toro's trick forever, and I felt like I was the only person who could see the space alien in the entire room. I mean, they have this Pan's Labyrinth. I mean, the characters are terrible. They have a brilliant scene, brilliant monsters in that movie. They're very evocative. Again, I don't give the director any credit for the art itself, but it's wonderful to kind of see them come to life on the screen. No characters, no development, no growth. The dilemma's unclear. The only thing that is clear is the horrible sort of good guys versus bad guys shit-lib narrative, where the straight, white, fascist, usually sometimes explicitly fascist patriarch against all of the other characters in a giant alliance of the oppressed. Oh God, it's so insufferable, and it's every single movie that this director's ever made. And I'm seeing him direct Pinocchio, which is that is a great piece of fiction. What's so surprising that it's super based in its original inception, in the original. I think it was a series of short stories. I read them once, but they kind of escaped my mind, right? But they are very, very grim, and obviously one of the plot points people don't remember from the original story of Pinocchio is that Jiminy Cricket, I don't think he's actually named Jiminy Cricket. I think that's a figure of speech. It's a pun, right? Pinocchio murders him in the first scene with a mallet, and he returns as his conscience, as a ghost. And just to kind of set the stage for this. But what's so amazing is that Pinocchio was adopted into a Disney movie. It was adopted into a Disney movie early enough in Disney's career, Walt Disney's career, early enough in Walt Disney's career, and early enough in the company's existence, so that they're actually willing to take risks. And if you watch the original Pinocchio, whew, good Lord, I mean, the Disney, the adjective doesn't exactly apply to it. There are some hugely right-wing messages in that movie. There's some dark stuff going on. Obviously, the thing that everyone remembers, the thing that kind of is seared into my mind, and obviously a lot of other millennials, I remember just recently, I hypocrite mentioning this part as well, was the whole plot line around Pleasure Island, because it so perfectly encapsulates what it feels like is going on in our own society. For those uninitiated in the Disney's Pinocchio. And I believe this is one of the stories that actually came from the original set of short stories. It was, I think, was it a Florentinian? It was I think it was actually someone from Milan, some northern Italian who was a big nationalist, a big Italian unification nationalist. And he wanted to kind of give an Italian story that would also be a moral guideline for kids. And he included these very stark morals, as you see in a lot of older fairy tales, but they have sort of a modern edge to them that kind of makes them really cutting. And in this particular story, Pinocchio is enticed by this character called the Coachman to go to Pleasure Island, which is this hedonistic paradise for delinquent young boys. And the secret of Pleasure Island is that the boys, due to their hedonistic behavior, are slowly transforming themselves. They're slowly mutating into donkeys, after which the coachman can sell them to salt mines and other people who want donkeys to do random work. And not to put too fine a point on it, obviously this is the writer of Pinocchio, and his name's not coming to mind right now. This is him commenting on the general state of Italian youth, how they mill all their time, drinking and smoking, and they're eventually turned into jackasses, quite literally. But Disney, in his take on this, because he was very much alive and had a hand in the creative decisions that went into Pinocchio, Disney takes this scene of children transforming into donkeys, and he makes it absolutely horrifying. It's way worse than it is in the book, by my recollection. Again, I haven't read this book in like 15 years, but it's absolutely horrific. The kids transforming into donkeys while they're crying for their mothers, being carted off to the slaves and pleading for their freedom, and the regret. And the wailing and the gnashing of teeth. It's very traumatic. I would hesitate to show it to my own child before. Maybe I should though. I would hesitate to show it to my own child before he was properly of a right age to really understand that. And who knows? Like, it's traumatic. I mean, I guess kids need a little bit of trauma in their lives too. But to think that you're going to have Pinocchio, which is just, it's about the simplest sort of based 19th century nationalist thought, and Disney, when it still wasn't completely cringe, it kind of occupies that common part in my cultural vocabulary, and then to see it taken up by somebody like Del Toro just fills me with utter horror. And the fact that I like the art direction makes me hate it even more, because I just know he's going to ruin it, and I know that the clever characters that look like they come from those 19th century Swedish woodcut fantasy illustrations, that's going to obscure the fact that he completely butchered the source material. And I'm going to get some kind of pretentious shitlibby talking point injected right into the narrative of what should be sort of a moral tale about coming of age and actually making a moral development. People don't realize, I'm really far afield right now. This is going to be a longer stream, so I'm going to take my time. I mean, people forget this, but do you ever realize that none of the characters in Del Toro's movies ever make a moral transformation? They're just the good guys, and they rage against the bad guys. I mean, obviously, The Shape of Water, it's really obvious to see that the character is kind of a Mary Sue. Pan's Labyrinth, it's the same thing, although it's a little harder to say because it seems like the girl's being given tasks to fulfill. But unlike something like in Spirited Away, where the tasks seem to strengthen the character, and you can see her change morally, you can see that she's sort of despondent and selfish at the beginning, and at the end she's willing to sacrifice things for her friends that she's truly developed a bond for because they sacrificed for her. In the case of Pan's Labyrinth, the instructions the girl is following that she's carrying out, A, they're done for selfish ends. B, they don't have any sort of necessary moral component. She does end up making a sacrifice, but it's an unwitting sacrifice. And as far as she's concerned, the motivations she's going through are entirely selfish. And she's not actually interacting with the real world or changing it, or even really understanding what's going around outside of her own imagination. And so the whole story just, it feels like this bizarre piece of political masturbation on the part of Del Toro. And the other thing, this is the haunting realization when you see Guillermo del Toro, that immigration from South America is not going to solve California's problems with white shitlibs. I'm afraid it's not. It might actually make it even worse. And Del Toro is sort of the symbol of that. But okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, guys, so if everything is going well, everyone seems to be getting in right now. This is going to be the resumption of my ordinary podcast, except I'm doing it on a Sunday night. This won't be typical. I'll probably go back to doing it on Tuesdays. Maybe I'll switch it to Wednesdays. You guys can tell me what you think. Unfortunately, because my technology has been flaking out on me, I don't have entropy displayable on the screen, so I will read super chats. The entropy link is in the description. You can send me a super chat. I will read it, but my ability to project it just wasn't working, and I didn't have time to debug OBS or troubleshoot OBS to figure out how I would make it work. But that being said, okay, I mean, I'm well past New Year's. I'm Johnny come lately to this. The year in reviews have already happened. You guys all saw Millennial. You guys all went to the Traditionalist stream about New Year's and the examinations at the various events that happened inside this year. So why am I doing it now? Well, things are changing fast, and I want to I don't want to really review the events. I'll mention them in passing, and if you guys have an event that you want me to comment on or you want to point out, then you can certainly point it out. You can certainly reply me or send me an entropy link, and I'll discuss it, maybe after I'm done with the original slides. But there's a problem that I noticed a common theme in Millennial this year, where it just seemed that people were having a hard time processing the new world that we're entering into. And because events are moving very, very quickly, and the ordinary tools that we have to deal with them and to cope aren't working very well anymore. And, I think that this is sort of where I very much see sort of the mission of this channel, is to give you rundowns about how I'm processing the events, how I think that the right way to think about this is, and the right way to react to this is. Because a lot of these events, people react in really negative ways. I noticed, again, I don't want to constantly be referencing Millennial, but I wouldn't be the only person to point this out, that first of all, it was heavily dominated by Europeans. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you talk to the Europeans, especially the continental Europeans, there was this enormous fatalism that seemed to occupy all their perspectives on politics. And I think that there are certainly a lot of bad things that happened this year. But I don't think that there is any reason to be fatalistic. I think that things are changing. And I think that the only reason there is to be fatalistic is that we haven't digested these challenges in the right way. We haven't properly contextualized them. We haven't moved out of the modes that we're used to dealing in. And this is such a problem for the right, because in seeing what was wrong and in seeing how the past was better, we are in some ways trapped by the thinking of the past, and specifically trapped by the thinking of our own childhoods. Political realities existed in a different mode when we were younger, when we were children. They existed in a much different mode for our parents. And so we have to kind of change around our brains so that we think about these challenges differently. 99% of the time, the reasons you see in the news for not caring about something or tapping out or despairing are actually reasons for the exact opposite. They're actually reasons why we should be feeling optimistic or more engaged with the world as it is. Every year I kind of search around for an essay that I think characterizes the year. And every year it's a Morgoth essay. Morgoth is a brilliant Substack writer. Everyone subscribe. And every year he writes at least one absolute ringer of a post. And in 2021, I think he wrote my favorite post of all time, which was Counterpoints, Afghanistan and the Broken Violin, which perfectly summarizes the cultural moment that I think we still are in. And this year he wrote a bunch of smaller posts that were equally good. And of course, if you ask most people, the best Morgoth essay, I should say, Morgoth post sounds wrong. The best Morgoth essay was The Band Played On, about the rise and fall of the English marching band. But for me, the one that kind of captured this year the most was his piece on Mr. Medicare, called the year the internet stopped laughing. And it kind of captured my own feelings about this, the constraints that we're under here, the reality that we're laboring under. Mr. Medicare, again, I'll give you an introduction for people who are not initiated, but he was this sort of yeoman internet legend of the Gamergate era. I don't know. It's hard to sort of understate or overstate Mr. Medicare's prominence in this period, because he was such a gadfly and he embodied the emotions going on at the time so well. And he was so funny. And he was right out there in the early part of Gamergate, back when I didn't care about it. I had given up playing video games, a decade before. Well, yeah, it was actually more like 4 years before Gamergate came out. The absolute last video game I had played was BioShock Infinite, and after that I kind of quit for reasons I've elaborated on many times. But the Mr. Medicare was doing these takes on like the Quinspiracy type stuff, the stuff that was absolutely boring, and he was killing it every single time. He kind of captured not only the absurdity of the ruling class, but their fundamental vindictiveness and the fact that they could not have a mirror pointed at them. They could not just have a competent comedian point the mirror directly at them and go, "Is this you? Is this what you really want? Is this what you really mean? Are you sure about that?" I can't do the Mr. Medicare voice, but he had this kind of smirking sarcasm that was, very, very, sorry, I have to mute this. He had this smirking sarcasm that was just very, very hard to replicate. And pardon me one minute, I'll make sure this is not an emergency. Excuse me, lost my train of thought. Mr. Medicare had he embodied everything about the 4chan culture, really, and that's I think where he got his start. And he carried on past the point, past 2015 to 2016. Right around 2016, which is when I started my channel, people realized that this woke stuff, what we call woke stuff now, what we called SJWs back in the day, this wasn't going away, and that political solutions were needed, and that a break with the mainstream was absolutely needed. And this is something that people like Sargon and the original incarnation of the alt-right and NRX and my own little sphere of people tried to essentially tackle the political problem of a changing cultural and political world order. And Mr. Metacore completely mocked this project, saying that it would never work, saying that this was going to be something that collapsed in on itself, saying that this was inevitable, and the best thing you could do was kind of laugh your way into the decline. And, in the short term, at least, he was somewhat right. The immediate political projects of the Trump presidency and of the dissident right generally, NRX and all the other forms included, has been to this point ineffective at pushing back against the forces of history. And yeah, that's true. And Mr. Metacore was a great comedian. He still is a great comedian. And he's also a great prophet for that. But that kind of misses the point, too. Because even if it is futile to fight back against the power, at least in the ways that we knew back then, we have to live in this world. We have to raise families in this world. We have to wake up every day, open our windows, look outside, and be all right with the reality we live in. We have to look in the mirrors and be all right with the people we are living in that world and decide on an appropriate way to face the challenges of the modern world in a way that I think we can feel good about and have some dignity in, and not feel like we're betraying the next generation by staying silent or simply cynically laughing as the world burns. I don't necessarily blame Mr. Metacore or Jim, as he called, for that perspective, but I think it was it was one that had an expiration date to it, because at some point it stops becoming funny. The latest humiliating piece of media you see, because you realize that the quality and the cultural vitality that you once knew is never going to come back. And that's not a feeling of humor. It's not watching something burning, kind of snarking at it, I should say. That's a moment of sadness, and your soul has to be kind of ready to feel that sadness. And, this is sort of, I don't want to, but this is sort of an interesting development, is that it appears that Jim, or Mr. Metacore, is very, very sick, and maybe terminally even. It's that bad. And it's strange, because it doesn't feel like his fans are used to dealing with that. Something horrible happens, and the appropriate reaction isn't to laugh at it. The appropriate reaction is to treat the dying of something that was old and beautiful with a certain amount of dignity and respect. The kind of dignity that, not to make a pun, that an aristocrat deserves. And Mr. Metacore certainly was an aristocrat of the internet in his day. And, and you had to treat that with a certain amount of sadness. And the ability to treat that reality as something that's a supremely human moment. I think, Morgoth is right. This is the year the internet stopped laughing, because it wasn't appropriate to laugh anymore. The joke wasn't fresh enough to be shocking, and it sort of became squalid and the reality we're dealing with. And now everyone's reaching for what the actual solutions might be, and no one has a great solution yet. But the best thing we can do, and again, the reason why I'm making this video, and I know I'm probably 20 minutes into this video, still giving an introduction to the slides, but the best thing we can do is take stock of what's actually happened, come up with the lessons that we've learned from the last year, and figure out what's actually going on. Now, if Linux has not betrayed me yet again, and I'm a diehard Linux user again, my most recent essay has kind of brought me back to the fold. I had to go back to the Richard Stallman confessional and confess my non-open source sins. But if Linux has not failed me, then this slideshow is actually going to work with OBS, and apparently it is. So good job, guys. Okay, so this is the only slide where I'm going to kind of summarize what happened in 2022, because in my mind, there's only one real thing that happened, and it's happened in a variety of different forms, and it keeps on happening again and again and again. Or I guess three things you could say. The decline that we're experiencing accelerated. The global American empire tightened its grasp on power. It tightened the screws down. It keeps on holding everything harder. And then attempts for democratic pushback systematically failed. The first thing that happened in 2022 was the Canadian trucker protest. And this is something that it was encouraging in a certain sense. Let's not be entirely negative about this. It was an encouraging event because of how competently it was pulled off. The optics were pristine. The direction and the targets were dead on. The truckers knew what they were doing. They sensed a weakness in the government, and they exploited it. And they forced the government's hand in a way that was unprecedented. Did it work? Now, this is probably where my Canadian friends are going to push back on me. I believe that Black Horse in particular has made the case that this on balance will be seen as a victory in hindsight. For those of you who don't pay attention to Canadian news, what eventually happened was the government got a hold of their bank accounts, shut it all down, and then sent the Mounties in to clear them out. And this double whammy was incredibly effective because aside from a few stalwarts, they couldn't keep guys there because they couldn't feed them. They couldn't bring supplies to them. And all of their moneyed resources were completely shut down. And they frankly took actions that in a previous era would have been considered absolutely illegal. I think Glenn Greenwald pointed this out, but this puts all previous protests in a completely different light. Like the civil rights protests, for instance, right? Those are technically illegal. The marches, those are technically, the local governments had legalized them, and that's why do you think they were fire hosing them? But why did they fire hose them? Why didn't they just freeze all of their bank accounts? Why didn't all of the donations that the organizers needed to coordinate people and send their mailing lists out and get them to be in the right place at the right time and have their allies in the North and their religious community allies and the Jewish community and the Catholic community and the Orthodox community, why didn't all of those people just have their bank accounts frozen? Your church gave to an illegal protest. We're freezing your account for a year. That probably would have stopped it, right? But it didn't happen. So this technically would have been considered something that would have been an overreach in almost any other era, that a government could use a financial tool like this to completely blow up a populist movement. Democracy doesn't really exist, so I'll use populist for now. And it now it seems that any protest that occurs now where that doesn't happen, that's illegal. The immediate question is, well, why don't you just do that? And the answer will have to be, in conclusion, that any protest that is not met with this level of force is in some ways endorsed by the government itself, which is going to be the conclusion. Now, again, is it a win? Again, I think the most effective thing that Curtis Yarvin, in his most recent return to blogging, said, his writing, people say it's declined. I think there's still a lot of useful stuff in it, but certainly the most useful thing I've gotten from him recently is power, or something that an event is a win or an occurrence is a win if it's easier to get wins after that event than it is before. Is it easier to get wins on the Canadian government after the truckers' protest than before? From what I'm saying right now, that's no. It's harder to get wins. Maybe this will net you allies in the future, but for now, it's absolutely not a win. And you can kind of keep on going down the line. The next event that happened, obviously, was the war in Ukraine. And I guess I'll go into that a little bit later. But to kind of keep on the democratic failure, power failing line, the next event there's basically two sort of quasi wins that the right tries to pull off. The second quasi-set of wins was a set of more or less conservative judicial decisions that came down from the United States Supreme Court in the summer of 2022. The most prominent being the revision or removal of Roe v. Wade, which had been a goal of the American right for 40 years at least. This has been a primary goal of the American right, and certainly a primary goal of the Catholic right. So on that measurement, it was a huge win. Again, on the Mulbuggian analysis, it doesn't look great. I'm not saying it's a loss, and I think that the pro-life movement had the maturity not to freak out. If this had been a previous era of conservatives, if this had been 2012 and not 2022, the enormous backlash coming off the removal for Roe v. Wade would have had a number prominent right-wing figures essentially Frenching out and saying, oh, wow, we shouldn't have done this because now we have a backlash against the pro-life movement. Very few people did that because they understood that this was not something that would be affectatious to do. It would not be a proper way to actually confront a win. This has been something they worked for ages. But then again, it's very hard to see how you take this win and turn it into a broader movement for, I mean, we say for pro-life, we say anti-abortion, but that's kind of bullshit, right? What the movement really is, the movement that is the pro-life movement is for a sane sexual and reproductive ethic to be reigning in our society. And to have all of these various insanities that we've embraced in the pursuit of sexual freedom, in the pursuit of free love, in the pursuit of consent-only relationships, or consent is the only morality, consent-only morality as it applies to sexual relationships. That regime needs to be replaced by something that is marginally more sane. Because the net effect in terms of laws is actually going to have a very small impact in terms of the number of children that are murdered in the act of abortion. Most abortions occur inside blue states. Moreover, there's a funding apparatus that will take women across borders to perform abortions or to perform them basically illegally, what the left calls back alley abortions, but they're performed in clinics for the most part, from my understanding. And so the net actual gain in terms of human lives preserved is, on my reading, a little minimal. So again, not a huge win. And when we go finally on to the election, and this is the first milestone of 2020. Well, I said that there were going to be 3 milestones that would indicate how stable the cathedral was. The first one will be the election in 2022. The next one would be the winter of 2023. And then the third one would be what the economies of the West would look like in the summer of 2023. Had they fully recovered from the damage done to them through the supply chain disruptions coming out of Ukraine. The cathedral was able to pretty easily ride out the 2022 elections. It was, this sort of indicated once and for all that what had occurred in 2020. Some of it may have been explicit and illegal fortification, but probably 90% of what occurred in 2020 was just a change in the rules, a change in how Americans did elections, a movement from the people who come to the polls to a system that rewards people who harvest ballots. So in 2018, elections were a matter of ballot casters. In 2020, elections are decided by ballot harvesters. That change in perspectives, that change in what constitutes a fair election, is a complete sea change into how we thought Republican democracy was working. From now on, political machines will be the order of the day, because the majority of people that will be voting will be people who, I don't know about the majority. A majority will have very, very low information, and in an enormous plurality, more plurality than you can probably get through a political advertisement, will just be created by having an on-the-ground mobilization campaign that can get ballots in front of people who have no information or maybe even awareness of the election, who are more likely than not, Moneyball here, right? We're using Moneyball rules. Just get as many ballots in front of as many people who are more likely to pull the lever for Team Blue than they are for Team Red. It doesn't even matter if they can read English or they're aware of the election or anything. Just get the ballots in front of those people, and you'll swing more votes than any debate, than any political advertisement, than any attempt to kind of get the moderates on your side. It's just about getting the ballots into the hands of the people who are marginally more likely to pull blue than pull red, and you'll get more on volume. I don't know. I mean, what does this tell us? This tells us that what they've installed here is they've installed an enormous levy, or is it levy? Basically, sandbags. They basically installed an enormous system of sandbags and dams against any kind of populist flood or any kind of populist surge that could overtake them. They're aware that they're vulnerable to huge surges in enthusiasm, where a lot of people just start, a lot of people stay home, and then a new populist candidate comes to the floor, and they're immediately inspired, and they all come to the polls at once. They're motivated to actually make the trip. What the ballot harvesting does is it basically submerges that spike in a huge morass. It literally is like sandbagging. It just gets absorbed into the volume of voters who are low information and don't come to the polls at all and just sit at home. And the only reason why they even have a ballot in their hand is that a political machine outside of their awareness or control registered them to vote and put the ballot in their hand. And now they're gonna pull the lever for somebody, and they live in Chicago or New York or LA, and word on the street is that Biden is the guy if you want to be loyal to your own ethnic group, and so that's who they pull for. That is going to make any kind of populist surge incredibly difficult in the foreseeable future. The only way to kind of fight this machine is through appealing to elites. And there's sort of this fake debate going on the online right, and I'm going to talk a lot about fake debates. This is going to be a very long live stream, guys, so bear with me here. And people will complain or something or stop watching if they think this is going on too long. But there's sort of this fake debate, and I do really love Todd Lewis, and everyone, please, if you're listening to this, go and subscribe to Todd Lewis's YouTube channel, Praise of Folly. Great guy, great content. But here I'm going to disagree with him, where he has a perspective on this whole monarchy versus democracy question. To me, this is immaterial. He has a series basically about 20 videos at this stage taking on Yarvin's ideas and Molebug's ideas. The issue, though, that I have with his series, and it's not that I disagree with any individual point he makes. I agree with a lot of what he says. It's just that he takes on sort of the weaker elements of Yarvin's point, and he kind of downplays how this actually can be used in political analysis. What lessons should we, when we look at an election like 2022, what lessons should we be taking? The lessons that we should be taking is that democratic power has a certain nature to it. It has a certain quality. And what democratic power does is it shows up quickly as it can. The faster it can be deployed, the better, hopefully. And it creates a huge surge of enthusiasm. And then, and I mentioned this on Millennial, very precipitously, that enthusiasm kind of drains away, like the trucker protest, like the MAGA movement. It builds up like a tidal wave, it surges forward, it covers everything, and then it drains away. Its ability to apply sustained pressure is very, very, very small. Also, its speed, although it is a surge, it's a spike effect, it is very, very slow compared to what the oligarchy, what the cathedral can do, what the mainstream global American empire can do to stop it and fortify itself against its effects, and to insulate it and make it jump through hoops with, procedural limitations and so on and so forth. So when I criticize democratic power, I'm not saying it's useless. I'm not saying that there's no context in which this could deliver good results. But what I'm saying is this particular kind of animal has well-known qualities to it. And everything that our enemies have done have made their power structure very, very able to sustain attacks from this particular kind of animal, the democratic animal, the populist animal. They've been fighting populism since the end of World War II, probably since Woodrow Wilson's administration, and they're very, very good at controlling public opinion. The one hump they encountered in 2016 was the internet. They were unaware that populism could work over the internet, because until that time, I'm kind of exaggerating here, but until 2015, it wasn't really clear that a bunch of boomers in red states would all be on social media and could surge together that way. They didn't know that, but now they do. Now they do know that. They're not going to make that mistake again. These people are not in positions of power because they're stupid, and this is a classic conservative mistake. The classic conservative mistake is to imagine or is to suppose that because the government is incompetent as a purveyor of services, like the DMV, that it is necessarily going to be incompetent as a collector of power or as a holder of power. Yeah. Just because the DMV can't take your picture right, or screws up on your driver's license, or takes a month to mail you your plates, that does not mean that the IRS is going to be asleep at the switch if you don't pay them enough money. The government is very able to secure its own power, and it's not in power for being asleep at the switch in this capacity. And so this is sort of where people fall down. They're not going to make this mistake again. They're not going to make this mistake again. And so for the time being, this kind of populist surge seems to be incredibly limited in its ability to actually seize power. I don't want to spend too much time on sort of the last item on this list or of democratic power. But you do see how Elon Musk, man, they saw him coming a mile away to take Twitter. And this is what happens, right? He did a lot of damage to them in the space of 1 week. He's not doing any damage to them anymore, really. I guess the existence of Twitter as an uncontrolled entity does them damage implicitly. But they had months and months and months to prepare for him taking over Twitter. And still, in that first week, when he fired half of Twitter's employees and just data dumped all of the records of literally the deep state, the alphabet agencies, controlling the information that would not be released on Twitter, they could do nothing about it. And the reason why they couldn't is because they were totally unprepared for an attack in this direction. They're an animal that's designed to contain populist pressure that comes through a democratic system, the way our electoral system is structured. They're totally unprepared for a private entity to cut against them hard and to not care about any potential consequences in the future. The monarch moves faster than they're able to react to him. They can't read what he's going to do in advance, and they can't respond well to what he does in advance. And moreover, he's able to sustain constant and continuous pressure on them. He can make a promise about a certain amount of information he's going to release, like the Twitter files, and he'll just do it. And that does damage to the global American empire, to the cathedral, in ways that populist malcontents don't. Twitter passes the Yarvin standard for an actual win. It's an occurrence. It's a victory. It's a conquest that actually makes future conquests more likely. And that's something that we have to remember what this feels like. I don't think you can re-engineer it. I don't think you can't just put another Elon Musk into existence. But it's interesting that they're vulnerable in this way. Another way that we kind of see them stumble is we see them stumble in showing my sides ahead of time here. We see them stumble in the form of controlling foreign policy. Now, this was sort of a mixed bag because the other really big event that occurred in 2022 was obviously the war on Ukraine and the exacerbation of the global supply chain crisis that was already ongoing. Now, what do we learn from this? First of all, there's something to be said for Nicolo's fisted by Foucault's, his blogging name, his idea that we're experiencing now Turbo America. The American empire has never been more powerful. And indeed, that is one of the lessons. What Russia has demonstrated is that, at least in the short term, conventional armies are completely incapable of overcoming an insurgent force that's supplied by the global American empire with billions of dollars. There's no conventional force that's willing to go up against the global American empire or one of its flunkies. That's interesting because I would have thought perhaps that wouldn't have been the case. I would have thought perhaps that this could have been another humiliating defeat for the State Department and the Department of Defense, like Afghanistan was in 2021. But that apparently is not the case. What remains to be seen on the Russia-Ukraine front is whether the global American empire can sustain a long, drawn-out clusterfuck. I apologize for the expletives there, but I don't know. I mean, look, you can't use military language without dropping an F-bomb. If you've ever said snafu, snafu is an implicit F-bomb. So, just letting you know. I know all sorts of fancy ladies who've used snafu liberally, not knowing that they were literally flipping people the bird when they said it. But, anyway, I get getting sidetracked. I do that a lot. I'm not so clear that this necessarily means that the global American empire is going to win in Ukraine, because I don't think that they necessarily benefit. They didn't win in Syria, and Syria in some ways is a very similar fiasco. If Russia decides that it's going to fight a long war and it's going to try to grind the U.S. empire out, that could be more effective than actually just trying to roll tanks into Kiev. Eventually, the media is going to lose its focus. The oligarchy is going to lose its ability to coordinate. And the different elements of the cathedral are going to start competing with each other. But until that moment, it's very apparent that the CIA and fifth-generation warfare can literally unseat a rival superpower. Or not unseat, but they can shake one in a conventional war. And that's a new piece of information that we learned. But, this is one thing that I think people don't understand. The global American empire is tightening its grasp on power. But it's becoming more brittle. Its narrative is in complete shambles. And it does not have the ability. I don't know, does anyone really believe the story it tells itself about itself? It's hard to say. And I guess this is sort of what I've noticed is that there's 2022 was also the year where people burned down on politics. And you can see this everywhere. This is something that I mentioned several times on my podcast this year. The main problem seems to be the right can't win and the left is transparently fake, cringe, and evil. Everyone can see this. The left is full of shit and the right can't win. The left is full of shit and the right can't win. The narrative coming out of most progressive circles at this stage is something that the boomers can't buy anymore. They really want to because they don't want to change their worldview at the age of 60 or 70 even. But they're sitting with essentially a societal catastrophe on their hands. And the left just has no more believable answers anymore. I looked at this, and I don't really know that I have here the picture of Curtis Yarvin in this kind of supremely irritating man named Ben Burgess, who they went to an event hosted by Thaddeus Russell and had a debate, and what proceeded was sort of an inversion of what I was sort of raised to believe would be the dynamic between a left winger and a right winger. I grew up in, I developed a political consciousness in the late 90s in California, and really not until the Bush administration, not until the second Bush administration, when I really started kind of paying attention to how narratives were structured and how people kind of conceptualize themselves as a man of the right or a man of the left, and so on and so forth. Okay, and so if I were to paint a picture of what I thought a conversation between a Republican and a Democrat would look like, it would be like this timid intellectual kind of like egghead, kind of mumbling about theory and interesting ideas and ways that we could improve things in the future, and pointing out inconvenient facts that no one wanted to acknowledge. And then I'd have this, right next to him, the stereotypical Republican, would be this gaseous windbag who would just bloviate about moralisms and platitudes and try to kind of swing the crowd in his favor, kind of snark at the whole endeavor. Hear an honest question of inquiry that challenges worldview, and all he could do would be to take offense, to kind of roll his eyes at it, and to kind of use and allude to things that he knew weren't true, to cast moral aspersions on the claim, and retard the conversation until he could be seen as the winner for being confident and in control, and most importantly, talking more than the other person. But in this really fascinating conversation between Yarvin and Burgess, the stereotype was completely inverted. It just Yarvin doing Yarvin, kind of mumbling, inserting the ums and uhs, and continuously referencing arcane books from the early 20th century. And he has his group of about 30 or 40 books that he cycles through, and his examples that he loves. But these are useful examples. This is something that needs to be taken seriously. And then all you have on the opposite end of that is Burgess bloviating about some platitude that if we only had socialism, everyone would be like Norway and Sweden. Yeah, really, Ben. That sounds... Who believes this? First of all, nobody who knows anything about politics. It sounds like it's a great soundbite in a debate, because Norway and Sweden are great countries, and they have all these great numbers. Low crime, high social trust, high education achievement. Those numbers are kind of tanking precipitously in the face of demographic transformation, but we won't get into that. Who is Ben Burgess kidding when he puts Norway and Sweden forward as socialist models? He knows from the debates I've had with him, he said this, he knows that Norway and Sweden aren't socialist. They're mixed economies, just like everywhere else. They have a slightly more generous welfare state. They're not socialist the way that the Soviet Union was socialist. They're not socialist the way that a co-op is socialist, or the way that Marx or Lenin described socialism, the way that he describes socialism. And moreover, Ben Burgess knows that this blank slate theory of human populations is bullshit. Garvin, I know he's smart enough to know this. Everyone knows that this is bullshit. And then we could quibble over how much of it's cultural. We could quibble with how much of it's biological. But the point of the fact is that you can't take one population group and superimpose it over another one and say that the sociological effects in one will translate to the other when one policy is implemented between the two countries. This is so obvious. Even leftists understand this at this stage. But he has to pretend that this is not the case. He has to pretend that no one understands this. This is a dynamic that's just playing out again and again. Every time I see this, everyone knows that the left is, even leftists understand that the left is full of shit at this stage. They understand that this is a affectation. This is a social game that they're playing so that they can get the crowd on their side, so that they can get the clicks. But the right can't do anything about it, and it's better to be on the winning team than it is to be on the team that kind of gets continuously out. And so I think you have sort of a necessary return to nature, the typical political apathy and cynicism that was suspended really since the 1990s, or really since actually arguably the end of World War II. There was this enormous surge of enthusiasm for politics and people participating in political conversation. This is subsiding. People are realizing that political systems and political realities are beyond their control and beyond their ability to kind of move around. And moreover, that completely bullshit answers win the day and win in the marketplace of ideas. This is something that Richard Hanania said back in 2021 when he still had something to say. And I might talk about the decline of Hanania later on if you would like me to, because this is going to be a long live stream, guys. Buckle your seats. But when Richard Hanania still had something to say, he had this very, very prescient line, a very, very telling line. He said, women's tears win in the marketplace of ideas. Women's tears win in the marketplace of ideas. And that's the line that explains the popularity of the left. Emotional appeals to platitudinous lies win in the marketplace of ideas. But they don't reflect reality. And we all know they don't reflect reality. And we can all say they don't reflect reality. Now the only question is the social benefit of having this platitudinous nonsense going to be worth it for long enough to ignore reality, either on a macrocosmic scale in terms of political positions that our oligarchs take, or on an individual scale in our own lives? One of the most telling features about the left right now is that the content creators are just manifestly pursuing lives that are really, really unhealthy. You look at a leftist content creator and you are looking at somebody who has multiple mental not limitation sounds condescending. They have they have mental health problems that need various neurodivergencies, as they would say. They have various neurodivergencies. They have very many lifestyle dysfunctions. Their entire lives are essentially spent medicating themselves to try to get around the obstacles that they face in their ordinary lives. They're not winning at anything. And I say this as somebody who has sort of a thoroughly middling middle-class existence. I'm not rolling in dough here at all. So have I won? I guess I haven't really lost, but that's not saying very much. But when you look at somebody like Demon Mama or Vosh or even Xander Hall or Quentin Reviews or ContraPoints, these people are advertising the fact that their life is in a total tailspin. This is going to become a larger and larger part of the implicit political dialectic that goes on between the left and the right. As people move away from politics because it's either fake, cringe, or destined to lose, as in right-wing ideas, they're going to start looking at their own lives more. And in that stark relief and sort of the cold light of day that inspires, the left is going to kind of lose for the first time in a long time. Now, what is that going to mean? They're going to lose in the way that ordinary people perceive them. But without organization, that's not going to mean anything. On the right wing, and I'm going to get sort of a more personal dimension right here. 2022 for us in the distant right was what I call the year of friend-enemy, or friend-enemy, as they say. People are starting to organize. People are starting to do more things in real life. We see sort of the green shoots that I've been hoping for a long time on the ground. And who knows if they're going to survive. I think they actually are going to survive this time. But the main question is, okay, what does it actually take for me to see you as an ally in the struggle? Given that the right wing is simply the sum total of people who are not going in for the leftist insanity, what does the right, what does it really mean to be a dissident? And this is something that I've been thinking a lot about, and probably, I'm not going to spend very much time on this slide, but all my other slides will implicitly touch this. I tried to write, 25 points on how to be sort of a right-wing ally. But there is this sort of idea that there needs to be something a little bit like intersectionality for the left. What do you need in order to not be an enemy or an implicit ally to the system? I wrote, again, 25 points about what we needed. But the big thing, the first and most important obstacle that we seem to be encountering in 2022, and there's very different degrees of this, but this will come up again and again. The big problem I see is various right-wingers jumping on the language of cancellation campaigns. Look, we have disagreements. There are pagans, there are Christians, there are nationalists, there are monarchists, there are Republicans. We're going to have disagreements. But there's something very, very important about maintaining cohesion, that we do not pour fuel on the fire of cancellation campaigns organized by the cathedral or organized by our enemy in the progressive left. Because if we do that, they will pick us off one by one. I guarantee it, every single time. And this is something that people probably are seeing the slide here and rolling their eyes, right? But this is something that we're going to have to talk about. Obviously, the poster child for this jumping on cancellation campaigns with enemy's language is Rod Dreher. I kind of promised I wouldn't talk too much about this character anymore, but he kind of prefigures a certain kind of, I know this guy's a Gen Xer, but he prefigures a certain kind of boomer meltdown. Our enemies are going to weaponize our stupidity against us, and they're specifically going to weaponize the stupidity of the boomers, who still somehow think that the system responds to their desires and responds to public opinion. So the point of political discourse is not to kind of determine friend enemy, to figure out where the history is going, and to try to insulate your community from actual harm. No, the point of politics is to get to the right position and then to counter signal everyone else in a very public way so that you can show that you're one of the good guys. I see this, and I regrettably see this a lot I know I don't want to make this about rural versus urban, but this is something that you see a lot in the boomer generation, you see it a lot in the extra generation, and you see it mostly in red state conservatives. And I don't know, they apparently aren't aware of how the system works. They apparently aren't aware of their role in it. And I remember this particularly came up with a bunch of conversations I engaged with privately, and I'm not going to really talk about any details of these things, but I have been kind of reaching out to people who are on. So I mean, for people who don't know, Rod Dreher kind of very famously in 2022 kicked off a cancellation campaign against somebody else for what amounts to shit posting online under an anonymous account. Like virtually all young right-wingers have done and have in their past history. I'm not saying do it, but this is something that's incredibly common. And it's, again, conduct unbecoming a Christian gentleman. But apparently, for Rod, this was enough to create an entire brown scare over the phantom of white supremacy coursing its way through the veins of modern evangelical Christian life. And of course, this is catnip for boomer cons and normie cons who want any opportunity to show that Dems are the real racists. And so if it's shown that somebody said the N-word online, they're down to hunt the secret Nazis in their own ranks. And pretty soon you're in the middle of a brown scare doing exactly what your enemies want you to do, purging your ranks of people who are not sufficiently progressive. I said enough about this in the specific instance, and I'm not going to mention it again. But the problem and the chief issue here is they don't understand how their political posturing feeds their enemy's narrative. You need to discipline somebody for using profanity online and for cruelly insulting people anonymously online. That is frankly immoral behavior. Do you use the language of your enemies? White supremacy. The Trojan horse of radical right-wingers. Reactionaries are in our midst. We need to purge them. No. You discipline the actual sin as you see it, and you describe it in your own language. There's an account I interacted with, and I will mention this one because I interacted with him publicly. I think he's a normie con Christian. He calls himself Hitler hated Christ, signaling that Hitler was anti-Christian. And you know what? I take the Hitler's table talk stuff at face value. I'm a big anti-Hitler person on the radical right. I think he was a psychopath. I think he murdered a bunch of people. Surprise, surprise. I think he started a needless war that Germany was destined to lose. So I'm not a Hitler fan. And I have no doubt that he hated Christianity and wanted to replace it with Norse paganism or the worship of himself. Yeah. But signaling in this way kind of sends the message that you're playing by your enemy's rules. For instance, this account, Hitler hated Christ, his big thing is to make sure that Christians absolutely broadcast at all moments their forgiveness of murderers who murder children and who murder innocent people. And I'm a Christian too. I agree that we should strive to the forgiveness of murderers. Absolutely. And if somebody ever murders one of my family members, God forbid, I hope that I can have the strength to forgive them in my own heart. But two things. My forgiveness of this person does not obliterate the need for justice. And it's not something that I want to be signaled. I'm not going to blast this from the rooftops. And if anyone ever did blast that very private decision in my heart to the rooftops, I would be furious at them. Because I would rightfully consider this an attempt to use my grief and my process of reconciliation as a political tool to absolve people, to absolve murderers generally in the mainstream. And you have to wonder, well, what world does this person live in? Does this person preaching universal forgiveness publicly understand that we're in the middle of an enormous murder spike in the United States of America that's killing thousands of more people every year than would ordinarily die of murder? Do they understand that numerous American cities are undergoing a regime of district attorneys that are under-prosecuting violent crime in the name of forgiveness? And this is an appropriate place to broadcast a message of broad forgiveness against murderers generally? You bring this to the guy. It's like, oh, I don't care about what's politically prudent. I just care that we're called to forgive, and here I am forgiving. Here I am forgiving everybody. I'm broadcasting it because I'm commanded to. And prudence, who knows what political prudence is? We're not called to be prudent. That's not a virtue. What matters is that you broadcast as loudly as possible this general forgiveness that we're commanded to keep in our hearts privately, but that signals broadly that maybe we just won't really enforce laws against violent crime in the middle of a violent crime spike. Yeah. Okay. So if we're all about forgiveness here, if we're all about universal love, which I believe in sincerely, and I will defend that prospect against pagans if it comes up in a debate ever, which it won't. But if we're all just cast prudence to the birds and proclaim our forgiveness, then why wasn't this guy's account? Why was his account named Hitler hated Christ as opposed to Christ loved Hitler, or Christ forgave Hitler, or I forgave Hitler? I mean, sure. If you can forgive a murderer, why can't you forgive Hitler? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 60 years, or actually almost 70, right? 70 or 80, actually. This guy is dead and buried. He's the most deplored person. Can't you forgive? If you can forgive an unrepentant murderer, why can't you forgive him? Oh, or, if we're talking about Christ's universal love, why don't we just broadcast to the heavens how much Christ loved Hitler? But we can't do that, right? We have to be prudent. We have to be prudent. And of course, the excuse, well, I just didn't get around thinking about that. I just happened to be in the mode of talking about how much Hitler rejected Christ. I just didn't get around to naming my Twitter account that. Oh, come on, bullshit. I don't believe for a second that these people just happen to be emphasizing the very element of their ideology gives them brownie points with the progressive wing of the establishment. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe for a second the people signaling against white supremacy are genuinely thinking, oh man, we need to crack down on racialist attitudes just generally in the Christian community. And it just happens to be that they advertise the particular version of racial supremacy that corresponds to the establishments. I don't believe that for a second. And you can see this too. I mean, they're setting themselves up. Now, these people are all about the founding fathers. You ask them, oh, you're really against white supremacy. Yes, we're really against white supremacy. It's a scourge. We need to completely get rid of it from our history books everywhere. Okay. So we're the founding fathers white supremacists? Crickets. Crickets. Because by any reasonable definition of the word white supremacy, our slaveholding founders were certainly white supremacists. And congratulations, you've just endorsed the entire progressive agenda for rewriting history, revisionist history. There's no guard against that. Does that mean that Christians are called to be race worshippers? No. But you don't use the language of your enemies. Otherwise, you are fueling the narrative of your enemies. You are called to prudence as Christians. You're called to be as gentle as doves, but as clever as vipers. The prudence is a core part of your commandment, and we just can't afford to have this level of stupidity inside any kind of movement that actually wants to push back on the cathedral, on the mainstream. And I don't know what to say to people at some point. That this is just going to have to be a lesson that we learn. I can't trust Roger here anymore because it seems like the entire focus of his career is to have these effusive emotional breakdowns continuously. And that's a joke for the left to consume. It's a joke for the left to consume, and they do so. And the immortal words of Spinal Tap, if this is a comedy number, it is not very much fun to be on the receiving end of that comedy number as it's playing out. If Roger wants to have a career as a conservative that progressives make fun of, I guess it's available to him. I guess that's essentially the job that David French has. But it's not something that I take particularly seriously. And it's not worth our time either. So I don't know. I mean, I think that in determining ally, there's a certain amount of prudence that's just required. I'm not judging the man's soul, but I am judging his minimal effectiveness and not just destroying all movements he touches. And not just him, but everyone like him. They have to catch up to this revelations. They have to actually live in the year that we live in. And I understand that there's going to be a certain amount of education that goes on between people who live in blue communities and people who live in red communities. And this is something that my friend Black Horse has mentioned a lot, is that if you're highly insulated from progressivism, oftentimes it seems, this is sort of like what I call a Utah effect, it seems that progressivism is less hostile, that it's maybe possible to make a compromise with it. And this is just not true. This is just not true. And so you have people who live in red areas, who don't encounter progressives, thinking that you can make ridiculous compromises with the cathedral that you know will lead to the complete destruction of their institutions. And you can walk them through it. I'm fine with red America, and rural America and red America are less corrupted than the blue hellhole that I was born in and the blue hellhole that I now occupy. I mean moral hellhole because it's still a nice place. But they are more pure. They are, in many ways, better people, not in all ways. I'm fine with red America being the heart of any kind of distant pushback against the establishment. But it can't be their eyes. It can't be their eyes. I'm reminded, and this is going to be I'm referencing anime. God, good Lord, people are going to rake me over the coals for this. But I'm thinking of the horrible anime. It's Miyazaki, Princess Mononoke, where there's this boar god that's being destroyed because the forests are being cut down, and he decides that he's going to risk it all in one last charge against the humans who are destroying the forest. And the creature is literally blind. He can't even see what era it is. He can't see that this is futile from the outset. And the heroine says, this might be futile, but he's blind, and I need to be his eyes in this last moment on Earth. I need to make sure that when he runs into danger, he knows that he's sacrificing himself, that this is a Pickett's charge into historical futility. I'm not really in the market for a Pickett's charge. To be quite honest, I'm in the market for actually living, and I think that is the market we are in. Is we are in the market for human life in reality, and we stand a damn good chance of being able to deliver that for a small number of people who are willing to actually stand up in dissent and to put their money where their mouth is. But it's got to be led with leaders that have eyes. And the cathedral will weaponize their stupidity against us. Okay. Back to the presentation that's hopefully not failed because I'm using Linux. Oh, here's another thing that the cathedral is going to weaponize. The cathedral is going to weaponize our pettiness. And this, I think, is a lot of, this is something that smart people fall into this one a lot more. And this is something you definitely see in the online right. I'm not going to go over I have much less to say about the Kanye Nick Fuentes fiasco. And I'm not a big person who even thinks that the issues they were bringing up are particularly fruitful for the right wing. Because I think that most of the pathologies that come from progressivism are derived from institutional systems. And I think that various alliances they have with unnameable ethnic groups are alliances of convenience. And that kicking that is more like needlessly kicking a beehive. But either way, this whole cult of spectacle, this has got to die. And I'm not going to name names, but you probably can infer who I'm talking about, or multiple people who I'm talking about. They'll introduce controversies just to start controversies. The whole idea of a controversy is to create a huge social media explosion so everyone talks about it. This causes more damage than it this creates more heat than it creates light. It creates more damage than it creates clicks or media attention or energy. I know it energizes people in the short term, but it breaks bonds. I mean, we had a year since the Seldings event, and we're going to have another one this year. And already inside that space of 12 months, there have been personal fractures among people who should be friends. I'm not completely I'm not completely blame-free in this, because I've had my share of disagreements on Twitter since I've returned. Maybe more than my fair share, considering that I've only been back for properly for 2 or 3 months. But this is we can't let this occur. Part of it, I think, and I'm kind of rehearsing my greatest hits. This is kind of a greatest hit album of the year. That it is what it is. I have to say this. Part of it is just how we structure conversations. There is sort of this thing we do it's not just on Twitter, it's on all social media forums that are fast, where we do this chatbot reset thing. There's a conversation that occurs, and it has this natural free flow path to it. And you list your objections, and then I give responses. And then when people hear those responses and they sort of synthesize them and they compromise with them and they take them on board, the conversation no longer becomes sexy. It either no longer becomes sexy because it's not real. Once we steel man the positions, there's no longer an argument because they overlap. Or it's not sexy because we come to a hard truth. We have to actually say, this is something that it's a bitter pill we're going to have to swallow. Or it's no longer sexy because their side's just wrong. and they have to acknowledge in this moment that their entire perspective is just bullshit. And that kind of interferes with it doesn't necessarily interfere with, these are more or less right-wingers. So for the most part, their general posture on most things is correct, or a majority of things is correct. But on this particular issue, acknowledging this truth would kind of detract from their brand a little bit. It would detract from they wouldn't have the audience they would. And I'll mention there's obviously the pagan versus Christian one. The chatbot reset occurs because it occurs because conversations between pagans and Christians either have to go down one or two routes. What our ancestors were actually like, a broad discussion about historical achievement and civilizational health or theology. They don't want to have a conversation about what our ancestors were actually like because a majority of them were Christian and would condemn us for worshiping pagan gods. They don't want to have a conversation about historical achievement because in any sober analysis of historical achievement, Christianity broadly correlates with civilizational health. The strong practice of Christianity very clearly correlates with civilizational health as measured by my favorite proxy, birth rates. Third, they don't want to have a conversation about theology because they can't theologically agree on anything. And look, I don't blame them for that. I understand that paganism isn't really a thing. It's a loose alliance of different beliefs. But when every single person on your movement disagrees about your fundamental theology, it's impossible to have a theological conversation because no individual person I debate will ever reach a broader audience because as soon as I debate that person or have a disagreement, everyone else who's not in that particular debate will say that that's not real paganism. And so it's useless for time. So this is a completely fake disagreement. Another one that I feel like I want to rehash right now because it came up recently. The whole manosphere one. Okay. The sexual revolution. This is a conversation that comes up frequently and it's fake. And it's fake because the chatbot reset occurs when we talk about how we own a collective solution to the problems that were introduced by the sexual revolution. Everybody knows men's complaints about the present day. I acknowledge them. But the thing is that the chatbot reset occurs because what people want to sell is that trads, as I'm called, I don't call myself a trad, but people who promote the traditional view on sexuality, we just haven't taken on board the manosphere critiques. We're still sort of in that boomer mode where we think you can just pull yourself up by your bootstraps and it's just like it was in the 60s. You can just marry a nice Christian girl and it's just like you just have to get into that lane and it's easy. Yeah, that's not sure. And if you make the conversation sound that way, it sounds that the social conservatives are just people who aren't aware of developments that have happened in the sexual revolution in the West. I come from Northern California, in the heart of Blue America. A lot of my college years were spent in Berkeley. I'm very well aware that the sexual revolution is a thing and mainstream, and that you can't just press the trad button and escape from it. But once you take that on board, you're still left with coming up with a positive solution about the world. And the positive solutions are there's really only a few options. One, you can go full on to the sexual revolution and say that all relations are just pursue your own pleasure, get who you can, sleep with many people who will have you, and just go for it. Pursue your hedonism. The second one, which is sort of the moderate blue state solution, is pursue your hedonism, right? But don't be gross about it. Don't be gross about it. And try to end up in a committed relationship. And if you could, it would be better to be married or pseudo-married before you had kids. That's kind of the perspective that I grew up with, the boomer blue state perspective. And there's an equivalent on the red state, which is like, well, we know kids mess around, but fornication is technically a sin. But I screwed up. Maybe your mother did too. A little bit on the side. Oopsies. We weren't completely clean in this regard. And so, Mary, please. But we know you're pre-forgiven for all this stuff. You're pre-forgiven for all this stuff. Just try to get married as soon as possible. And fornication is technically bad. And then, of course, you have sort of the fourth option, which is the full trad option, which is fornication is a mortal sin. You're going to hell if you do it. And if you promote it, you're a horrible person. Okay, so is there an option beyond that? There isn't. There isn't. And people don't understand this. The option that I think the pickup artist community tries to sell to people is that there might be an option that we can like give men permission to cheat or fornicate and women not. This does not work. I mean, I'm not saying like from a moral point of view it doesn't work, and that's fine. This does not work from a Machiavellian point of view. First of all, even if we did cut men's special exceptions with prostitutes, the second you talked about it publicly, the game's up. And what do all of these manosphere people do? They talk about it publicly. The only reason why kings and aristocrats got special exception, and not even moral exception, they just got not called out in public from this, is they didn't make it a public issue. And so the one condition that the double standard was ever enforced for men is the condition's not satisfied. So there's that. The second of all is the more men do this, the harder they are making it for men down the line. The more they're sort of breaking open the pipe of the sexual revolution. The only path out of this conundrum we have, where the dating market's just shot through, is to come up with some combination of option 3 and option 4. Everyone's trying to work on some combination of these options. No one has a solution yet because, of course, this is a hard problem. But if you can imply that somehow we can, I kind of want to repeat the line. I feel like I heard this from Charlemagne on some other issue, but I've learned this phrase has been very, very helpful for me to overcome these completely fake conversations. Half of these manosphere types, I want to say, like, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? You want me to you want me to hear you brag about doing things that are actively destructive to the community and actively destructive to men who are coming after you, one of whom is my son, actively making the world a worse place for him. And you want me to pat you on the back from it because you're a man? You want me to renounce my own religious teachings on this because, I don't know, we have the same enemies politically? You want me to tell people that this is sustainable when it's obviously not? I mean, what do you want me to do with this? The only collective solution looks something like the solution we had previously before the 1960s. That's the only sustainable option for the human race to get replacement level birth rates and to ultimately survive. I don't know what to tell you. But of course, that's not what happens. What happens is these things continuously recycle on repeat. And why do they recycle? They recycle because in the moment, in that little micro interaction, it looks like I'm like a cuck-servative or a normie-con. It looks like I'm telling people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I'm not telling them to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. I'm telling them that I've looked at all of the options, and this regrettable, difficult option is the best one out of the bunch. I grew up in post-sexual revolution America. I'm not somebody who came, doe-eyed out of some evangelical community and only realized that birth control was a thing when they were 24 and went to grad school or something like that. You're not talking to that person. I'm well aware of the constraints, but there's no conversation to be had here. Conversations inside our communities. And and this, I've already kind of gone on to this one. So, whatever. We've kind of, I should have switched this slide before I had those conversations, but it is what it is. Conversations. Why do we have, go to the basics. Why do we have conversations? Among right-wingers, right? We have, why do we have conversations generally? We can do left-wingers too, just to be complete, because I started early, I have a big head of steam, I have a full glass of water, and you guys need 4 hours of entertainment, right? So screw it, we're going for the full length this time. There are various reasons to have conversations. One is to sharpen your axe, is to keep your mind nimble. I love having conversations with left-wingers. I love listening to left-wingers. Part of the reason was because I come from that tribe. This was my Soldings talk. I talked about why I watched left-wingers. But the other reason is because I'm kind of, in my mind, I'm sparring. I'm saying, okay, how would my worldview narratively match up with what they're saying? So it's very good. It's very good for yourself as a thinker to always test your ideas out. And of course, if you have an audience, and you think that they're undecided people in that audience, rhetorically humiliating them wouldn't be necessarily a bad idea. But really, you're not going to convince anyone you debate against on the left, right? Okay, so leaving aside the left now, why do we have conversations on the right? Well, let's take one thing off the table. Rhetorically humiliating them. Why would I want to rhetorically humiliate a right-winger, like in public? I don't. And this applies to pagans too. Like, I'm not going to, look, I have theological problems with paganism. I believe this is a false religion. I don't think people should be pagans, and I think it's a dead end culturally. But the pagans I know are great guys. I don't want to humiliate them. I want to see them thrive in their own lives. And furthermore, when it comes to the Borg cube that's about to assimilate us and destroy our civilization, a lot of them are on our sides and pulling in the same direction. It's not prudent to start a big knife fight. It's not prudent to worry about your beard getting shaved when you're about to have your head cut off, to borrow a quote from Akira Kurosawa. This is not prudent, and I want to help people come to the truth. I don't want to humiliate them for clicks. I don't want to antagonize them needlessly. So conversations cannot happen to rhetorically humiliate people who are friends. And so they shouldn't happen. The other reason that conversations are useful is to come to synthesis. A synthesis, what synthesis sounds like is, like I was just saying, and I hadn't thought this through until I came to the analogy on the previous slide. But you have two competing forces, red state reaction and blue state reaction. And these are very different creatures. They're beautiful in their own ways, and they have their own disadvantages. Blue staters are partially corrupted by modernity. Red staters don't have the sophistication to see the danger that's coming at them, and they don't understand the angles it's coming at them. So a synthesis would be something like blue state eyes, red state heart. In fact, that would be a great slogan. Blue state eyes, red state heart. I hope to obtain blue state eyes, red state heart in my own life. And that is in the Hegelian sense, in the sense that Napoleon is a synthesis of the reaction, the Thermidorian reaction, and the Jacobin Revolution. Red state heart, blue state eyes is the synthesis of those two ideas that needs to be carried forward. Incorporating the best of both worlds. Ideas need to change, and they change by clashing into each other, and they change by taking on board the necessary qualities in order to survive. And I'll go back to my original point on the sexual revolution. The reason why I can't synthesize with the sexual revolution, the reason why I take more or less a hard line view on this, is that I just can't. It's not even that my religion says one thing and my prudential Machiavellian instinct says another. It's just that I know that, you could make a slight compromise with the moderate red state solution on the sexual revolution. But you can't make too much of a moderate compromise, because I know from my own personal experience that the moderate positions, they either try to get married but participate in the sexual revolution fully when you're in your 20s. I know from personal experience that does not generally work statistically when you aggregate over a large enough population. People end up sliding down the hill, not sliding up the hill. These conversations have to synthesize in the right way, and sometimes you can't take very much from the other side. You have to go, okay, we're going to take on some pagan elements, but really it's really 90% of the truth's on Christianity's side here. But synthesis is necessary, and conversations drive those forward. And if we can't have conversations, if I just cut the pagans off entirely, we can't properly synthesize, and our ideas can't evolve. Case in point, look, I've been a big critic of what I call race worship. The centering of it as an ultimate good, not as a temporal good. I think it's temporarily appropriate and good for people to want to preserve their own culture and ethnicity, and for people to want to preserve their posterity genetically. All three of those things are good and proper, and all of our Christian ancestors have done them. But there's this danger of obsessing over the purity and quality of your race, what I call ethno-narcissism. And I've been a huge critic over the course of my YouTube channel of this property in right-wing spaces. Okay, so why, if I'm confronted with opponents who I believe are doing this, why don't I just go and call them white supremacists? Why don't I call them racists? Why don't I point and shriek in the way that Dreher did over the Tullius affair, as I call it? Why don't I talk about the secret white supremacy that's ruining the right wing? Because that's it's rhetorically humiliating my opponents, my friends. It's prudentially stupid because it feeds my enemy, who is in the process of completely destroying us. And it's prudentially disproportional to the evil that's going on, which is, I would consider an intellectual mistake. And prudentially, intellectual mistakes must be dealt with intellectually. I don't take a chainsaw to someone's face because they're an Orthodox Christian and I'm Catholic. I don't burn someone at the stake because they have an incorrect theological point of view. That's not a prudential action to take in this age. And furthermore, at a more fundamental level, at a more Machiavellian level, it prevents this process of synthesis from occurring. What are pagans right about? Well, let's even go further. What are the manosphere types right about? The manosphere types are right about it being hard. And they're right about platitudes about how things used to be are not sufficient to get men to survive in the present era. They're wrong about a lot of other things, the details of this, right? But that's part of an intellectual discussion. What are the pagans right about? The pagans are right that Christian civilization has totally been betrayed by Christian leaders. The weakness and sometimes the outright treachery of Christian leaders when it comes to stuff like the sex abuse scandal in the Catholic Church have been just absolute stabs in the back to both the body of Christ herself, which I don't believe is destructible, so that's sort of a mixed metaphor, and also the very destructible, the very mortal Christian civilization that is in the process of dying if it has not died already. Pagans are right to be angry about that. They're right to feel betrayed about that. And they're right to point the fingers at temporal Christian leaders. And they're right to feel a kinship with a bloodline and an emotional reaction to a certain place where that bloodline grew and developed and flowered. The only thing they're wrong about is the fact that they're putting a temporal good over an eternal one. And the betrayal of religious leaders does not absolve you of pursuing eternal truth. And I'm afraid to say it, that in any theological examination and in any historical examination, Christianity maintains its truth despite the fact that its leaders have betrayed it in so many different ways. But again, this is just an example. What's needed is a synthesis. And what has to emerge out of these synthesis conversations are narratives. This is what I want to emphasize, what I want to take from 2022. The left understands narratives. The right does a little bit, but it doesn't. The narratives that came out, I would say that the right did not understand what narratives were prior to 2016. And there's some people like French and Dreher who probably will never understand what narratives are. Populist politics and even intellectual politics is kind of walking into a room and saying, this is who I am. This is the movement that I represent. And this is what we stand for. And I'm only going to engage with politics publicly when, maybe if we're behind closed doors in an intellectual capacity, I have the ability to change narrative lenses, and I highly encourage everyone. That's one of the main defects of the modern mind is we don't take off our narrative lenses when we examine things intellectually. Look, take a Machiavellian lens, take a Christian lens, even a pagan lens, see how things look, even a progressive lens. Ask, obviously, if it's true, but just see how the world looks like under those assumptions. But in public, prudentially, it's almost never appropriate to break the narrative framework that you have around yourself publicly. What is the story you tell tell others about yourself, and tell tell yourself about yourself? What do you tell them about who you are as a man or a woman? What do you tell other people about who you are as a people, or a coalition even? That's the most important thing in public politics. Just that narrative structure. Case in point, prior to 2016, what was the narrative of the right? Well, they weren't aware of it, but the narrative of the right was we're going to be what the Democrats were 20 years ago. And the message is the Democrats have just gone too far. We have to bring things back to the middle. Or maybe even how they were in the 50s. This narrative was essentially, and everyone who was young could see this was a defeatist narrative. It was a degenerate narrative in the sense that anybody who embraced it for long enough would eventually be in the camp of their enemies. It would eventually be conceding everything to their enemies. A narrative structure has to be sold, has to be sort of sustainable, because this is going to be core to your personality going forward, because it's going to be what you present to the world. And so much depends at this point in having people comfortable with saying, yes, I'm a right winger, I'm a dissident. That means a variety of things. But, we could talk about those. I don't know if I'm comfortable talking about it here. Whatever. And the less you say, the better. Unless you trust the person involved. But the narrative is still important about what you're telling other people. In 2016, the narrative, at least on the internet right, on the Trumpian right, on the dissident right, it went from do what people did 20 years ago or 30 years ago, do what the left did 20 years ago. It went from that to we're not going to take it anymore. The left no longer has moral purchase on us. We're going to go as far right as we want. And the left's response was, you're Nazis. And America is in the middle of a Nazi takeover. Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, that was the narrative they went with. It sold for about 3 years. I think what we're seeing in 2020 is that it's not selling anymore. The people who buy it essentially just want to make themselves feel better by LARPing as Captain America. But nobody's buying it anymore. And people are looking for new narratives. Okay, so let's talk about what is the new narrative that we want to have come out. How do we not occupy our opponent's frame? And again, this is going to be the product of synthesis. But here are the narratives that I think, when people are thinking right wing, they're starting to think what this is what it means. But they haven't quite gotten there yet. If we can maintain these narratives about what we are, again, as men, as women, as people, as religious communities, as broad coalitions, then I think that we are on the path to owning the future. In the sense that these narratives will slowly accumulate more people to their banners, and they will slowly create a place where ideas can be discussed. Okay, so this is narrative one. We are for humanity. This is the point of my Sildings talk. You can listen to me give a 1 hour lecture on this. I'm certainly not going to give a 1 hour lecture here. But this has to be a core part of what it means to be right wing. We are for humanity and for lived reality and against simulacrum. We're against virtual reality. We're not against the use of artificial intelligence, but we're against the use of artificial intelligence irresponsibly to replace humanity in the core human functions of life. And we are against pod life. We are for humans living human lives. Narrative two. Our lifestyle or lifestyles, although really it's going to look more like a lifestyle when you zoom out. There is no healthy polygamous lifestyle in the present world that I'm aware of. Maybe that will change. I don't know. But for the most part, I would imagine that most Christians, I look at my Lutheran friends, I've got a theological disagreement with them. I doubt their family life looks very much different, or should. And I doubt, if we're talking about the right pagans, that their lifestyle looks very different when it comes right down to it as well. Hopefully they're not doing blood sacrifices in the backyard, but That notwithstanding, our lifestyles are the best way towards human health and deatomization. Here I want to kind of pause on the deatomization part. This is the right can beat the left back to the real world. I'm convinced of this now. If we're able to kind of control our narrative and what it means to be right, right-wingers can mobilize and say, look, everyone's a right-winger about the things that they actually interact with on the real world. And when we talk about what right-wing politics is, we're just talking about the proper stewardship of things that actually exist. Here, the whole controversies around gender are invaluable because they're just so detached from reality, and the followers of them just become so detached from reality. The necessary endpoint of transgenderism is just to get sucked down into digital rabbit holes, endless discussions of things that don't actually exist. The proper way to react to the gender goblins is to just not care about them until you encounter something that's worth caring about. What do you actually do in your life? I don't know what gender means. Gender doesn't mean anything. It's a magical word. It means whatever the user wants it to mean to indicate that they are on the right side of a political disagreement. Don't emotionally invest in it. Just describe what you actually do in your life. If the end point of you being a non-binary person is that you mull around a pod with 500 other individuals that are in a poly relationship with each other, and with no permanent bonds, and with no prospects of actually being a family, and with bonds that will end the second that one person decides that they're no longer hedonistically working out for them. I mean, that's what you're doing in those words. The more LGBT acronyms you put in front of it, the more it kind of just bullshits us. And is it healthy? No, it's not. It's not healthy. It's not sustainable. It doesn't lead to more humans. It doesn't lead to a more human existence. And as dissidents, we are the people. Our lifestyles are the best way to human health and deatomization. I gotta make sure that this is presenting since I'm on my slide view now. Okay, cool. All right. Back to the Linux presentation here. Narratives 3. And this is something that I think economically we have to kind of look towards. We are advocates for family-based economies over the managerial state. I like the word family-based economies because I think two things are going to kind of happen. There's the gig economy, and that's going to become probably more prominent. People's jobs are going to be less stable. People are going to have what we in America call side hustles. But what I increasingly would like to think of, and this is what I'm doing right now talking to you guys, I guess I'm kind of making money on my own community, and ultimately I'd like to make money not selling to my own community. But when we make a lot of our money, it's going to be things that are done inside the home. We're returning to what actually is more of a traditional way of doing things, where the family unit itself was a corporate entity. It brought in money. So this is, and this is sort of what I want people to think about, is every time you develop a side hustle, you are implicitly a small business person. When you participate in a gig economy, you are a small business person. The solid element of your life is your family, is your religion, is your faith, is your people, is maybe your town even. The ephemeral stuff is how you interact with the marketplace. But what is ultimately the corporation is your family. Your family is a living and breathing organism, a corporation of sorts, and it takes money and you make money. Family-based economy. You manage your family's finances. You're not managed by a managerial apparatus. Someone doesn't cut you a welfare check and then you just go and then pre-buy your groceries for you and then order you Uber Eats and then arrange for you a date with a state-approved girlfriend. You are a manager of a small corporation called a family. It is one body, and it is a financial basis of what we want the economy to be. And as dissidents, we are the representatives of people who seek independence financially in sort of the post-career economy, in the I don't want to say post-corporate because corporations will actually still exist. But what I want to say is the post-managerial economy. We are managed to the extent that we need to be managed. But as dissidents, we consider ourselves our own corporations. And if you want to manage us, you're going to pay for that. Because we are managing ourselves. And our independence is something that has a price tag associated with it, and that we should pay dearly for. Obviously, our survival comes first, and we all have to make negotiations for that. And I think that, as Luke Smith says, you should always choose independence. Independence is as the Franklin says, to mix my YouTube metaphors, go long on independence, as they say in the financial industry. Independence is a good long-term investment. But we all have to work wagey jobs. The family needs to have an income, and we make compromises when we can. But the family is the corporate body that needs to survive, and the family-based economy is what needs to defeat the managerial state in the aggregate. The human-based economy needs to defeat the managerial economy. This is the historical transformation that needs to happen and needs to be politically organized to achieve. This is the narrative. And again, maybe this is a narrative that in the moment will be sort of seen as lost causers. We'll be seen as sort of the losing end of this equation. I don't think in the long term we will. But maybe in the short term we'll be seen as sort of dreamers. But this is something that I think is a very important story to tell ourselves about, to tell others about ourselves and tell ourselves about ourselves, is that we are the advocates for the family-based economy and not the managerial state. Narrative 4. This is a very important one too. And it's something that people wanted me to talk about Waffle House Wendy, and this is probably a good place to talk about Waffle House Wendy. Dissident narrative 4. We are the bringers of cultural peace. We want independence of communities over caste conflict. Like we said, we are people who are for an independent economy, and sort of our first part of our narrative. And the second thing is that we are the advocates for peace. While America is always on the cusp of race war and class war and what's really going on, caste war, there can never be peace. And when there is cultural homogenization, there can never be culture and there never can be community. If you want culture and you want peace and you want independence, we are the side that you should be on. If you want homogenization and petty political conflict forever and ever and ever, then, perhaps the left's, and maybe that will bring about utopia if you believe Karl Marx. Or maybe it'll bring about gender utopia if you believe Judith Butler. Or probably Judith Butler is horribly out of fashion, but whoever their easily forgettable luminary is this week. But we are not for constant conflict. We are for order. And we are the bringers of peace. Cue up your Holst's Venus bringer of peace when I say this. But this is the thing, and this is also why even leftism 1.0 is going to fail. And I need to talk. Maybe I can go in another digression. It's going to end up lasting an hour here. But again, I started early. And someone told me what's the difference between class and caste. All right. Well, as I'll get to what's wrong with the left later on, but let's what's the difference between caste and class. Okay, so my caste is sort of how you prioritize values, whereas class is the physical job you have, your income, how much you pull down, and if you are somebody who came from the hood and then you got a basketball scholarship and then 5 years later you're making millions of dollars, you've changed classes. Have you really changed castes? Not so much. I always remember in my last year of college, I worked at a Safeways, and so I'm here with an engineering degree, and I have I'm working next to people who are like immigrants. That sounds pejorative, but it's not. I mean, these people they don't speak very much English, and I'm working with a variety of other guys who are not in college at all. They have drug problems, and I worked there for a short period of time. We're the same class. We have the same shitty income. We have the same close to zero balance on our bank accounts, right? But we're not the same caste. Obviously, I'm doing this just to get some, money to live independently. This is something we need to examine. And they're living their lives as they exist and will exist in the future. This is something that I bring up with my wife. She's from a lower middle class background, and they earn more money than my parents do, who are academics. But they don't treat the money the same way. They don't spend the money the same way. They don't think of themselves the same way. They're definitively lower middle class, and we were definitively upper middle class, or Brahmin caste, as I sometimes prefer, because of how we value and handle money and think about it. The left is sort of caught in the left material analysis is, not to use another pejorative, and I hope it's retarded. I mean, it's literally retarded. I mean, it literally is slow. It has not caught up with sociological revelations that have come about, and its material analysis is always crude. It's always just how much money you have in the bank account, how much your job pulls down, how much investments you have, how many gold rings you have on your fingers. That's not the reality of how humans actually organize themselves in society. And so you have brilliant guys like Malcolm K. Unit, who is this Swedish, I think he's half African, half Swedish, a brilliant writer, love the guy. But he does this horrible article about Waffle House Wendy. It touches on this. It's about how white nationalism is just going to kind of burn itself out, and this is a immaterial thing, and it really is all about class. He says, well, everyone thought that Waffle House Wendy was that the white woman who had this black woman toss a chair at her, and she just catches the chair in midair, slams it down, and then just gives this 100-yard stare that it is a very sort of, in the sense that there are white and black kind of faces, this is a very kind of white women, I mean business, and don't screw with me kind of expression. And it's very different than you might catch from an Asian woman or a black woman. And of course, all of the typical online nationalist crowd were all abuzz with this Valkyrie they discovered. A representation of our people and our will to survive. The black woman tosses a chair at her and she just catches it. And then it's revealed later on that, she speaks in kind of an Ebonics tone. She has a black boyfriend, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of her online followers just kind of hop ship. And Malcolm Keane is like, well, they discovered what the underclass really looks like, what the working class really looks like. Well, I mean, this is the thing. It's not really 100% about class. It's not 100% about race either. This is about caste conflict. What you're seeing in the Waffle Houses and these brawls between employees and these kind of people who are obviously not working but are demanding premium service. And there's obviously a racial component. There's always a racial component to caste systems. Is you're seeing sort of a Dalit client class that is there just to collect on political movements and government. It's pejorative to say gibs, but government handouts, coming into conflict with another underclass, but a definitively different class, which is a sort of Sudra working class, a lower white trash class, which staffs lower levels of restaurants and gas stations, but it has a different disposition to the thing. They see themselves as workers. They see themselves as partially stakeholders in the system, and they don't like cashing in on these handouts quite as much. because they see this as sort of beneath them. And the narrative that people were spinning is, this is the Sudra worker caste standing up to the criminal caste or the client caste, and this is our people standing up. This narrative is ruined when it's apparent that, Waffle House Wendy has when it seems like she might be able to cash in on the handout system, either racially or even, by cashing literal welfare checks, the narrative kind of falls apart. Without sort of the moral system that comes along with the caste, the whole thing is kind of it doesn't kind of jive with the culture war that's going on. And case in point, just emotionally speaking, I would be stupid to deny the racial component. Obviously, there's a racial component because in America and in the West, the caste system, at least the caste system in its non-client dynamic, has a racial component to it. But the thing is that you could see it emotionally playing out differently. Say, for instance, that because everyone knows that all's fair in love and war, and there always have been and there always will be princesses that have married princes from other countries. There always have been mixed marriages at a very small degree, and as long as you sort of play by the rules of the system, especially this is obviously cuts differently for men and women, right? Because women join the people typically of the men they marry. There's a certain allowances made for that, right? So you can imagine, what if instead of being a lower worker class who had an African-American boyfriend, Waffle House Wendy instead was the manager, the wife of the manager who happened to be black. Think of Gus from Breaking Bad, right? He's like this black Hispanic guy in a suit with a tie who's like very emotionally controlled, and he's a Christian too, and he's totally professional class. And she, they're married and they're Christian. They've got, a bunch of kids or whatever, and she still catches the chair. Would her fans have abandoned her? No, they wouldn't have, because she would not be signaling with that arrangement that she might be cashing checks as a client, a caste. The reason why the fans turned on Waffle House Wendy, a certain amount of them did, was because they sensed that she might be on the client bandwagon. And the main dynamic that's going on right now is a caste conflict. It's a caste conflict between clients and non-clients. And if you're a professional class or a working class, then you are not client. If you're a married woman with children whose husband is a franchise owner, you are not client. And that's what people emotionally react to. People emotionally react to caste conflict, and they react to sort of the explicit racial purity usually as a secondary feature. And I'm not saying that people, shouldn't care about their ethnicity or their preservation of their culture or their genetic posterity. You should do all that. But really, when we talk about conflict as it actually exists, Yarvin was 100% right when he talked about caste conflict. Me and my wife come from different castes, and there's a little bit of tension there. And when you cross the big divide between sort of client and non-client, or what the Indians might say, caste and outcast, that's even a bigger emotional barrier. But that's why oftentimes people shrug off intermarriage between whites and Asians all the time in sort of nationalist circles. It's because what people emotionally react to on a collective level is the caste conflict. And to now end the rambly mode about how the left doesn't understand its own material analysis, the dissident narrative has to be, we are the people of peace. We want to end the caste conflict. We want to end the cultural homogenization. We want to bring back independence. We want to end the race conflict. And the way we will do this is by respecting boundaries, by letting people design their own communities however they want, with whatever racial compositions they want, with whatever voluntary means they find are proper to preserve their faith and their peoples into the future. I think they're going to be, a little disappointed if they think they can do that with zero cross-pollination from other groups. That's cost of doing business in a globalized society. But we are not going to be the people who try to force human cultures into a cultural blender, because that's the only way they can conceive of bringing back their delusional concept of John Lennon's Imagine. Cultural peace is not a matter of putting human ethnicities in a puree machine and running it until everyone's the same kind of gray slop. Cultural peace goes on when we respect people's boundaries and respect people's wishes and help them foster the culture and the lives that they actually want to build for themselves. We're not going to be the arbiters of facilitating Romeo and Juliet style relationships. Romeo and Juliet style relationships happen, but those have to be essentially negotiated in between the communities themselves. That's going to have to be part of the beautiful human fabric that is the cost of doing business if you want to exist as a human being. And people are going to have to walk these paths themselves. And in the meantime, being people of independence and non-homogenized culture, we can actually be the people who respect the beauty of not a homogenized culture, but a patchwork culture, and countries that actually have character to them. I can be for nationalism, but not for petty nationalism. I've seen so many Ukrainian nationalists. If you're a Ukrainian nationalist and you care about your people, what you want is for peace on terms of the status quo, by whatever means necessary, because the longer this war rages on, the less likely that you'll be able to preserve your culture, preserve your faith, preserve the ethnic composition of your country, and the more and more likely it will be that your country will be colonized by the winner of this conflict, which will, the people more likely to colonize it, I happen to think, are the side that's supported by the global American empire. But I don't live in the region, and I don't really have a right to tell you that. But speaking as a Machiavellian, nationalism, it can be a feature that's part of a balanced human order, but it's got to be something that's organized into a broader moral framework, and it can't be petty. Because, as we said, the cathedral weaponizes our pettiness. All right, this isn't narrative number 5. We host the only spaces with new and useful ideas. I think this is more or less coming a fait accompli. Now, here I want to kind of discuss a little bit what the left is going to try to pull off in 2023, if it's smart. I might do another video on this. I am working on a variety of projects because I have a little bit more time in January. The left is going to try to put the woke away in 2023, if it can. That is the winning move. They understand that they've overextended. They understand that the activists will eat them alive if they are allowed to. I don't know if they can. Because we have to make them pay for this. If the left successfully puts the woke away and things go back to being like they were, the narratives go back to being like they were in the early 2000s, that will be an enormous defeat for the distant right, or distance of all varieties, because the progressives will successfully recaptured a lot of the energy that they lost. What they want right now more than anything else is they want to keep the boomers and Xers on board. They want to continuously have them spending their money and not giving them towards broader radical political projects that will be breaking with the system in a more radical way. So putting the woke away is the best move for them. The question is, to what extent can they do that? If they do try to put the woke away, we have to go to the left and make them feel fake. Because if they put the woke away, they will demonstrate their own left-wing ideas to be absolute hogwash, and they need to pay for that lie dearly. I don't think they can put the woke away. And I think that any intellectual space they create will eventually, on a long enough time horizon, be dominated by hysterical women, or I mean hysterical people of all sexes, but mostly hysterical women and hysterical non-binary people and hysterical, and actually, truth be told, let's call a spade, hysterical trans people. And this will absolutely destroy any ability to discuss any ideas that don't completely circle the drain on whatever narcissistic fad is currently in vogue right now on the left. The right wing needs to be the place for people who actually like discussing ideas. But to go on. And finally, and this is, I think, the last narrative, and coming to the close of my slides, although I want to say one last thing before we go on to super chats. We are the mainstream. Or we are mainstream. Just flat out. We are mainstream now. These are not views we have to be ashamed of. A lot of people question core narratives at the cathedral. Democracy isn't working. John Lennon's Imagine isn't happening. The health of the human race is deplorable. It's in a deplorable state right now. And the government massively mishandled COVID and is currently killing an entire generation of people with its insane policies. And these things are being spoken in public. I'm seeing this process. People are saying things that they wouldn't have ordinarily said in public before. People are realizing the system isn't working. And I've been a critic of sort of sensible centrism from Academic Agent and Sargon. Because, who are we kidding? When we talk, we are pioneering in this space. Ideas that say, the last 150 years of intellectual development, well, that's all bullshit. And we need to go into the future, but the last true things that we were really saying were, for the most part, 150 years ago. And we need to start developing technological routes that go in radical different directions. Well, that's radical. And no one's going to be tricked into thinking it's not radical. Least of all the left themselves, and least of all in an online context. Okay, well then, what is the core of truth of sensible centrism? Well, the core truth is that a lot of people are having very radical thoughts right now, because reality is just manifestly not as how the mainstream describes it. And it's even more manifestly not how the left describes it. And we are mainstream. We are becoming more mainstream. We are so close to the point where we can just stand up and say something in public that would get us canceled in previous years. And this is the thing, guys. Coming out is not a matter of taking the edgiest, crudest, weirdest belief you have and blasting that right into your workplace. That's not what coming out feels like. What coming out feels like and should feel like, and I say this as a person who's partially in the closet myself. It's just being on the record with having an idea that everyone knows that at some point in the past, or maybe even now, the left would really come after you for believing. You have one belief that, if true, would mean that we would have to radically reorganize our entire government and cultural system. And because of that, you are a dissident. And it's fine. You're still a nice person. You're a good person. And yet you hold a belief that at some point we would have fired you for. And you hold a belief that, if true, would have revolutionary implications. Just existing in a space like that is something that will corrode the mainstream narrative very, very quickly. They will be unable to maintain both their hysteria and the interest that they need to generate in order to be able to maintain their power. And that's something that we need to cultivate. I feel we are so close to actually having people come out and organize in real life in political events with ideas, with sort of the badge of distance, with the knowledge that these people are not on the mainstream bandwagon. And and once we cross that Rubicon, I think the system is going to start looking a lot different. Is it going to be worse? In some ways, things are always going to get worse until we encounter much harder times. But we're not going to have to face them alone anymore. And I think that 2023 might be the last year where we have to face problems alone but on the internet. De-atomization should be the project of 2023 in whatever way we can manage it. And we should be charitable with the fact that we can't accomplish everything in a day. It might take till 2024 or 2025 till we fix these things. But we have to, at some point, come out of these things as a distant community that is no longer alone. I know who my people are. And, we have our parties. We have our conferences. We have our schools. We have our, increasingly importantly, we have our home economies. How to Run a Home Economy would be a great book. Actually, that book already exists. It's called The 30-Hour Work Week, which there needs to be a reactionary version of 30-Hour Work Week because it's the 3-hour work week. What am I thinking of? Yeah, it's this how you can essentially make money for yourself running a home economy with only 3 hours of work a day. Now, this is an excellent book, but it needs to be updated for a post-boom audience because this guy's idea is that you should just start making whatever your hobby is. Like, take whatever your hobby is, figure out what you would want to buy, and then make that thing and sell it. Now, this is a great idea as long as the consumer economy is expanding and people are buying ever more niche products. But that idea is not going to work in the future. But his core idea of the 3-hour work week is fundamentally a right one, which is that we're all moving in the direction of the home economy. And so, we as people, we as churches, we as home economies, we as families, we as people who have our own parties and our own businesses and our own schools, we're no longer alone. And sure, we're on the outside of the mainstream, but we're going to face the future together. And this is the thing. We only reach better solutions in this mode. Collectively, facing the future, beware of nostalgia, take the past with you, but only as a mode of creating living culture, always be building, and always reach higher. If you're shitposting on Twitter, aspire to write a Substack. If you're writing a Substack, aspire to write a book. And look, we all have limited amounts of time. If you're adding a new kid onto the family, or if you're starting a new job, maybe maintaining whatever you're building, just in status quo, is the most you can do. But whenever you think of expanding, do not go for additional cloud. Or don't think about, how do I create drama so that people will log on and give more super chats to my live stream? Think about, how can I create something that's more eternal? How can I create something that's more living, that creates more human health, more community, more de-atomization, that brings us more into the narrative structure that I don't think I definitively laid it out, but I hinted at it. And how can we build that? Always reach higher. And that is my takes for 2022, the lessons we learned and moving forward. I will go into the super chats, but for now, I'm going to, as predicted, there's a lot of them. I'm going to take a brief break and refill my water, and I'll be right back. So guys, hang tight. I really should do a super chats, please wait live stream, screen, so you have some elevator music to listen to. But right now, I'm just going to go blank. I'll see you in a few minutes. All right, guys. Sorry for the dead air. Hopefully, you're all back with me. Yeah. Okay. Entropy link is in the description. I don't. How long have we been going on? I think we've been going for 2 hours, right? That's that's nothing for this crowd. Uh, it's really amazing. I have my yes, the I've had a lot more time this week to kind of collect my thoughts. So it's obviously flowing a lot easier in this live stream. So I appreciate it, everybody, and hopefully you guys enjoy the podcast. You know what? So I always complain about this, but I have to complain about it every single time. You know, you write video essays, and they just don't do as well as the live streams. I mean, it kills me. It really does just kill me because video essays used to be the bread and butter, and you know, I feel like I've gotten better at essay writing. I feel like I'm tackling newer ideas, but for some reason, they just don't get the clicks that they used to. I think what people, it must be COVID. It must be that everyone wants just kind of long form podcast content so they can put it on the background while they clean or do dishes, or I might do that too, right? I do that with Academic Agents and Jay Burden's podcast and a variety of other ones. But the idea video, it's just not there anymore. But I think you just need to write idea videos and make Substacks just so you have a record of your own ideas. I think, obviously, I imagine there's a bunch of viewers that are regular viewers of my podcast that don't either read or watch my videos, and they know that they're going to hear the ideas that I have in my essays on the live stream anyway. So why double dip? The only thing that gets me though is that people constantly ask me to make more videos, but then you have like they really hate things like music behind the videos. This last one was really interesting because I made a non-music video because I knew this complaint would come, and I made a version that didn't have any music, and I linked it and pinned the comment in the description, like, oh, here's the non-music version. People literally scrolled down past the link that had the non-music version, and instead of clicking on that, they wrote a complaint about it having music in my comment section. And I'm thinking to myself, do you remember that like all my old videos had music in them? Like all of them did. The Dune video did. The Bioshock videos did. The Lovecraft videos did. The Molebug video did. The alt-right video did. The Sexual Revolution video. I think the Sexual Revolution had brain sounds or something like that. But they almost all had music. I think this change. Two possibilities: the algorithm changed, or tastes change. I think COVID made long form content a thing, and I don't know if we're ever going back. But guys, here I have an apology here. My OBS software is broken. I can't display the chats on the screen, so I apologize. Next, if you want to hit me up for a super chat that I display on the screen, maybe next week would be a good time. I will read them out carefully and give you considered answers like I always do. I'm going to take my time, as I always do. I have all night, and I'm not going to skimp on them, unless it's just like, here, take my money. They don't know how to properly give you value. But that being said, all right. Ben White, well, wouldn't be a super chat, or what do we call entropy chat? It wouldn't be an entropy chat session unless we had an update from Ben White. Hi, Dave. My best friend is going to Taiwan in the next 2 weeks. I regret not tagging along with him, as it'd be cool to see Taipei before China takes over. Maybe I'll tag along next time and try my luck with the ladies there. Haha. Well, I mean, I think the Franklin would be able to give you some good insight on that. He would be the expert on Taiwan. Maybe on the Taiwanese ladies as well. I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't think China's going to invade anytime soon. I think that Xi's attitude is, if the global American empire really is going down, it's gonna go down slowly. And Taiwan isn't getting any stronger, so we might as well just wait out this Ukraine fiasco and see what happens, and then determine what cost we'd actually pay to take Taiwan later on down the road. I think they think time is on their side. That may not be true due to the demographic time bomb in China, but I don't know. I'm not exactly looking at Ukraine. I wouldn't be looking for a similar situation for myself. I wouldn't want to take on the CIA in its present form. It might be different in an island, but who knows? But thank you. Always good to hear the update on your dating life. Although I never really I don't know, dating across cultures with Asian cultures is always so strange. I always loved Japanese culture, but I always felt like a disconnect with. I shouldn't say anything about that. It's wrong. It's wrong to talk about past perceptions and dating preferences. I'm a married man, but it never quite clicked on the Asian side. That's just personal. But anyway, Nervain V Maker for $10. Have you ever read the Gormenghast books by Mervyn Peake? It's sort of an epic Dickensian fantasy with the gothic atmosphere of Edgar Allan Poe. It deals a lot with themes of tradition and rebellion. It's beautifully written, tragic, and really funny. C.S. Lewis held it in extremely high regard. Well, I did see that god awful. Was it a PBS version of Gormenghast? It was like a TV series in the late 90s. You know, like Merlin and all those like really low budget. Like this is before the golden age of television. And they did the same thing with the Terry, not Terry Brooks. Is it Terry? Oh God, what? I'm gonna look this up because it'll bother me. Discworld. What is Discworld? The Turtle World. Terry Pratchett. That's it. Maybe was Terry Brooks the guy who did Temple OS? Terry Pratchett. Yeah, they did the same, like these very low budget movies, and so I have this like very low opinion of it based on that series. From what you're telling me right now, I would love it. Although, guys, I am in the middle of, and I'm very Johnny Come Lately to this book series, but I'm in the middle of Three Body Problem, and I am eating this book up. It's enough to get me on a whole Asian literature kick. I'm going back. I'm reading Women of the Dunes, and man, I mean, it's so refreshing to see a science fiction novel with actual ideas in it, and genuine. I think some reactionary ideas as well. Although I'm not done. I'm still done with the series. I'm almost done with the first book, and it's I think maybe it might have too much physics for the ordinary person, and a lot of this stuff is sort of rehashes for me as a layperson. It's one of these, I hesitate to say hard science fiction novels because the concept is kind of nuts, right? But it involves physical concepts. So, the characters explain to you actual physical problems, actual mathematical methods inside the book itself. And the concept's brilliant, and the pacing is brilliant. And its description of China, both during the Cultural Revolution and after the Cultural Revolution, is brilliant. And I love novels that have the mark of a culture that's not my own. Increasingly, it seems that in the post Joyce Carol Oates era of fiction writing, everyone's writing style has become the same sort of either Bostonian or Californian kind of meandering weird fiction. And increasingly recently, it's always had to have some kind of ethnic component to it, and it's so refreshing to see something and go, this novel could not be written by somebody who is not Chinese. It just couldn't exist. You couldn't change the location. the characters don't behave like Western characters. The society does not behave like a Western society. This has to be a Chinese science fiction novel. It couldn't have been anything else. And I just love that. I love people's faces when they look particularly ethnic. I like people's writing styles when it sounds particularly ethnic. Color, it always is amazing when things are the way they are. I'll check out Gorman Gost, but I'm probably not going to get to it until after I finish this science fiction series. I think some super chatter a few weeks ago actually gave me money to buy the audiobook, and I felt obligated after that to actually get it, the book. So yeah, I always feel very obligated to, obviously within reason. If you're going to ask me to, read Proust's Remembrance of Things Past, I might pass on that one for a $5 super chat. But I feel obligated, if not to do what the super chat asked me to do, to take it seriously enough to consider it. So thank you very much. I'll take a look at Gorman Gost. I remember I'm the well's poisoned from that horrible TV show though. So I apologize in advance for maybe not being able to take fresh eyes to it. Ben White for $5. Well, there's an update today. Also, my family went to Disneyland over Christmas break. Not only was it extremely expensive, but the magic was gone compared to what I went as a kid. The lines were super long, and the cast members looked unhappy. It feels so corporate now. Yeah, one of the strangest memories of Disneyland was obviously you go to it as a kid, and it's just like the best thing ever. I never had such fun in probably there were a few vacations where I had a blast too. Usually it's more vacation days you remember as a kid rather than vacations altogether. You remember really good days. But the Disneyland experience, and this is so non-unique for American kids, like you go there and you have like pancakes with Mickey Mouse. And then you go on a ride and you go to a haunted house, and every single thing you experience triggers, like you get all of the references you get. And you feel like, oh my God, it really does feel like the happiest place on earth. And one of my strangest memories of Disneyland is actually going back to it on a band. I was part of a band, a high school like band, or orchestra technically. And we went to Disneyland, and I was like, Disneyland, come on. And we had a blast, right? We had an absolute blast. And we were like cynical 17-year-old kids because the nostalgia factor and the reference factor was so, present that even like these dinky little rides that were way worse than the roller coasters you had in the area just felt magical. I'm sorry to hear that. I bet COVID killed Disneyland. I mean, no one believes. Disneyland sold America. I mean, Disney knew that, right? Disney knew that he was selling America to itself. He was selling a story about America to itself. He was selling a story about the West to itself. That was the Swiss Family Robinson. Remember the movie Swiss Family Robinson? Did they sound Swiss? And I'm not talking about the book, right? How many people have actually read the book, Swiss Family Robinson? Read Robinson Crusoe, but Swiss Family Robinson's, that's weird. But everyone's seen the Disney movie. The Disney movie isn't about Swiss people. It's about Americans. They act like Americans. They talk like Americans. They do exactly what Americans think they would do if they were stranded on a desert island, which is build a huge tree house with running water in it in the 19th century. And so, this is... Disney knew that he was selling America back to itself. And America no longer believes in itself. So what's the point of Disney? Overpriced rides, long lines, pretentious messages, give me a hard pass. Yeah, it's sad. We're going to see a lot of things like that dying. But, they'll never take Pinocchio away from us. They will never take Pinocchio away from us. We will always be able to see Pinocchio and go, those are our morals. And although it's never good to have Schadenfreude, the left will always see Pinocchio and say, man, I hope no one thinks that this is us. I mean, if you caught the coachman, what would his punishment be? Probably wouldn't be very pretty. And that's referenced in the book anyway. All right. The coachman to Pleasure Island, that is. Nervan V Maker for $10 USA. Del Toro is such an idiot. He said that this is on point. Del Toro is such an idiot. He said, I never liked that Pinocchio preached blind obedience. Pinocchio isn't supposed to blindly obey. Obeying the coachman and the fox gets him in trouble. He's supposed to obey his conscience and his dad, who loves him. The Disney film was literally too complex for him. Congratulations, Del Toro. You failed the IQ test. I mean, it's just Jay Burden, and I like Jay Burden podcast a lot. And the reason why I like it a lot is that he grew up in a red area, but he has the education, and he's a red. Okay, I'll just use my own analogy. He's got a red heart. He's got a red heart, and he's got blue eyes, right? And the fact that he has blue eyes, I mean by blue eyes, I mean the perception of the world is sort of awoken to what's the Brahmin realities, right? So I always love listening to him, and his takedown. I wasn't even aware of this person, but he was on someone else's podcast. The Walruses. I forget is their podcast called Longhouse, I think. I should know these friends because people. I'm expected to promote friends as much as I can, and they went to town on Bob Chipman, and Bob Chipman is, I forgot this guy existed. He was a lolcow from the Mr. Medicare era, and quite a good one too. But he was, it's amazing that a person like him exists. Unironically, he embodies every image of the bug man. And the thing is that he consumes these products like, Mario Brothers, probably be a bad example. He consumes these products like Mario and Batman and even older products like the Disney films as well, right? And he somehow, it's like if it's like I know I'm outing myself as a horrible midwit by quoting The Simpsons, but there's this famous Simpsons episode where Homer's trying to get fat, right? And he's trying to get fat so he can get disability pay and work from home benefits, like too fat to work, like morbidly obese, so he can get disability payments and work from home. Talk about your home economy there. And so he's on this quest to eat as much unhealthy food as possible. And Bart's cheering him on, and he's ordering a sundae. And Bart says, Dad, just eat around the banana and the banana split. That's just empty nutrition. There's no calories in it. And that's what I feel like about Bob Chipman, is that he not only did he exist on a complete diet of pop culture slop, he seems to have eaten around the little nuggets of nutrition that they put in that pop culture slop to give people some perception of ordinary healthy morality. And he's offended that he might have to encounter some piece of culture nutrition when he's just shoving the next Mario game down his throat. Like, that physically offends him. And it seems like Del Toro's in the same place. How did he get through his life without understanding how classic morality actually worked? That it's not about obedience to authority figures. It's about obedience to proper authority figures and properly ordered figures. The main paradox Pinocchio faces is not not independence versus obedience. It's, as you pointed out, Nervan V Maker, it's who should I follow? Who should tell me what to do? And that's the position we're all in politically. I mean, who's the author of Pinocchio? I've referenced this Pinocchio. Okay, I can look this up here. Pinocchio. No, not the Guillermo del Toro. Okay, it's okay, who wrote it? Carlo Collodi. Okay, I'm going to figure out what northern Italian town he's from. He was from Florence. Okay, he was from Florence. Well, talk about, did any famous Italian not come from Florence? I'm kind of drawing a blank here. This is kind of amazing, right? Because yeah, I don't know. This is nuts. Okay, well, another brilliant Florentinian for the pile of brilliant Florentinians, but uh, Car- Carlo Lorenzini, or his Collodi Lorenzini is his actual name. He knew this. He knew that the goal of nationalists, or of Italy as a nation itself, is not, oh, whether is Italy going to be true to ourselves? What does that even mean? It's, who are you going to follow? I mean, there's if you're a young child, or if you're anybody, most people aren't going to be striking out a completely new philosophy. No, I didn't. I don't know anyone who is, really. Most of the time, you're going to be following somebody else who's doing something similar to you, because you're going to be looking to them for wisdom and for finding the potholes along the way in the path that you've decided to walk. The idea that you're not going to be following somebody or not going to be listening to them is nuts. And it gets this whole, and this is the worst thing about it all, right? This is why the coachman from Pinocchio is such a nefarious figure. And so resembles progressives, is that when these people turn into asses, when they've transformed into freaks by these horrible teachers, when they have their lives destroyed, those same teachers who've immiserated them and profited off their misery, these same people who are cutting themselves checks, these medical foundations they're bringing in the dough from transgender surgery, these guys are going to turn around and point the finger back at their victims and say, this is all you. This was all your decision. You're the one who decided to do this. And look, fair enough. We want to be Anglo-orthopilled here. Free choice is a thing. And I hate people who try to use political realism to blow up moral imperatives. That's an incorrect use of. We're giving Machiavelli a bad name, guys, if we do that. And well, maybe he deserves that bad name, but we won't get into it. But there's a proper way to use this technology, and using political realism to blow up moral will is not one of them. But this whole idea of individualism is going to be the final refuge of the fraud. It's going to be the final refuge of the abusive teacher. It's a point at the victims, and the day they do that, I mean, I can find a lot of mercy in my heart, and maybe there'll be some private mercy there for them, but there certainly will not be any public mercy, and there certainly will not be any abatement of justice. This is a crime against all human moral regulations, and it'll be recognized historically as such if the human race persists. All right, let's go on. Yeah, that got a little bit grim towards the end. Okay, good. Medwords for $3 USA. Hey Dave, no questions. No questions on academic philosophy here. Just offering support and prayers for you and your family to have a blessed new year. Well, thanks, man. Happy New Year. It's great to hear from you. Ben White for $3 USA. Do you think the Fed will lower interest rates soon? I think so, since one, the US can't pay interest rates on debt at 5% for long, and the boomers won't allow their 40K IRAs to crash before they die. Oh yeah, this is the thing, right? The inflation is being driven. I mean, the proximate culprit is Ukraine. And there's a certain component to that that's true. But mostly what's driving inflation, in my layperson's opinion, and take this with a grain of salt, if you will, this is just the consequences of decades and decades and decades of banking on high growth rates and then borrowing against high growth rates. America will never have the real growth rate that it had in 1950. It will never have the real growth rate it had in 1950 ever again. And as such, the America will never be able to borrow the way it did then, or have the financial organization it did. And all the interest rates that we've had, all the low interest rates we've had since that time period, have essentially been inflationary, covered up with artificial growth, covered up with a series of bubbles. And COVID popped one of those bubbles. And so the reality of the inflation that we've been inflicting on ourselves, probably since the 80s, became apparent again. That's the reality. And so what? They're gonna raise the interest rates, the economy is gonna they lower the interest rates, the economy is gonna recover, the 401k is gonna go up again, and then they're going to have inflation. And we're gonna do the entire cycle again and again and again and again. I don't know, are the 401ks of the boomers going to be able to make much use of that? I think it's doubtful. Because I don't think they're going to, the way the 401ks go up is if there is sustained low interest rates, such that you can count on any given investment growing and growing and growing. But there is not sustained investment. Or there will not be at a 5% interest rate. I don't know. Maybe the idea is to have hyperinflation, this sort of in short bursts of hyperinflation. All right, hunger for $10. Dave, who does your wife hate more, Meghan Markle or Amber Heard? Does she hate either of one enough to make a video series? Also, that was the most apt description of Del Toro I've ever heard. Yeah, I really hate Del Toro. God, who knew that Mexico had more irritating white people than California did? I really thought that was one dimension that we had them beaten. But, all irritating white people eventually will become Californians. Maybe they'll form into a singularity of self-validating narcissism. My wife is Meghan Markle's #1 anti-fan. I should ask her to make a video on that, but of course we just have so little time. But I could do a live stream with her and she could complain about Meghan Markle constantly. I don't know. I can't get into the politics or the drama of the House of Windsor. It's just not something that is interesting to me. It feels like from a foreign world, and I'm very sympathetic to monarchy and all that. But I don't think my wife's that. I mean, she's kind of following the Amber Heard drama, but it was I think it was much less than Meghan Markle. Meghan Markle's the continuous person that comes. She has like several books, I think, about Meghan Markle and how she betrayed the royal family. I don't know. I think the royal family, this is going to happen to the royal family the second they lost control over the media. The second the media has sort of the implicit right to spy on the royal family and give them unflattering coverage, that's the moment when the monarchy is essentially over and they're classy Kardashians. Because the last sort of, after it's lost its actual physical sovereignty, the last thing that the monarchy wields is lèse-majesté, noblesse oblige. And, lèse-majesté is obviously not in effect. And the shenanigans around Princess Diana proved that it wasn't in effect. So yeah, it's just kind of this show. We have to pretend like this is a living institution, and it's not, and that's not really my deal. But thanks, Hunger. We need to do more basket weaving, absolutely, in the coming year. That's a big thing. Okay, Society Man for $5. As a child, one of my favorite authors was Roald Dahl, who was never afraid to veer into whimsical and the traumatic in equal measure. But it was always tempered by an Old Testament sense of morality, which is anathema to modern fantasy. Oh yeah, my favorite Roald Dahl. It's so funny. Like everyone knows like James and the Giant Peach and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and Matilda is obviously a popular one sometimes. But as opposed to like the short stories, which has the famous one about the guy who chops off fingers, or the woman who taxidermies her guests or whatever. The Roald Dahl that I always remember the most is the Twits. It's such a British, like you can just tell that like this was Roald Dahl's attempt to get back at irritating neighbors. Like he really hated his next door neighbors, so he wrote a whole book about how they were like lower class imbeciles, and then he sold it as a kid's book. I mean, for that alone, I don't know. I always think if I were to meet Roald Dahl, I feel like he'd be very much like Academic Agent. I feel it'd be kind of like this like grumpy. Yeah, I mean, even as a more or less young man, Academic Agent was grumpy and cantankerous, and I think that Roald Dahl would be very, very similar. Yeah, I mean, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is the one that comes to mind with the Old Testament morality. Matilda as well. Roald Dahl is great. I'm definitely going to read those to my child. I'm trying to think of more to say about Roald Dahl. I'll say this: I never really liked any of the movies. I was so into the books that I really hated the Matilda movies, the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory movies. It just, it's also with the Charlie. Whenever they do this, whenever they have an old version and a new version, there are people who get attached to the old version, and you just don't. You kind of see it as, and then there's this contest, like old version of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory versus the new version. Answer, memes aside, for which obviously the old version is better, I find both of them pretty unwatchable. But I don't know. Roald Dahl's is a classic. Thanks, Society Man. I don't think there's much more of a question here. All right, so Rotten Meat says, sadly, Medicare is probably the only thing close to a natural aristocrat, the king of lurkers. Well, I guess so. I mean, he's a natural aristocrat in the sense that he's obviously a self-motivated individual who has high agency. In that way, he's an aristocrat, but he lacks the fundamental quality that all aristocrats should have in the Western order, and that's he doesn't have noblesse oblige. And that's what characterizes aristocrats, is that they have to kind of be above it all. And I think that's been a real failing of the right and I fell into this too. I pulled myself back from the absolute brink. I didn't start a public knife fight with, other than complaining about it on live streams a little bit and explaining my position. I didn't start like a debate or like, a blow up these arguments, but we need to kind of be above these pointless conversations that go nowhere. I say this all the time, but yeah. I mean, I hope Jim pulls through it. I'm praying for him. I should remember to pray for him. I have not yet, but I need to remember to pray for him because I don't think, I'm not positive that what he has is necessarily terminal, but it is very serious. So it's so sad. I mean, it's hard to see young people go. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's going to be some internet personality that eventually kicks the bucket and it's going to remind us that this is all that we're playing in real life here. Maybe it'll be. No, I shouldn't say that. But it's mortality. Death stalks the land. Mortality comes for all of us, and super chats and cloud aren't going to fix this. The internet is a place where no one ever goes away completely. Usually. If someone gets humiliated, they inevitably come back and make a comeback. I think Lindsay Ellis, the nostalgia chick, made a comeback recently on Twitter, doing the same shit-libby stuff without the clever videos. She's quit Twitter like 4 times, and it always happens. And I'm going to speak. I got back on Twitter too. Maybe I'll quit it again. But we get used to this idea that death on the internet is temporary, and sometimes it isn't. Sometimes you will really die, or all people will really die. All people will eventually really die. Anyway, Gordon Mitchell for $25 USA. Hey Dave, Happy New Year's. During the Christmas Eve stream, I asked your opinion on the band Dirt Poor Robins. I can't think of anything else at the moment, so I thought I'd follow up on that. All the best to you and your family going forward. I'm sorry, Gordon. I put them on my playlist, but I haven't actually listened to them. Well, okay, I definitely have to do it now. It takes me a while to kind of get to consuming these products people recommend because the what people most want me to do is to read a book or to listen to music that I haven't listened to before. And it's always hard to kind of find the time. It's hard to find the time for all this stuff. But thank you very much. Hunger for $10. A major white pull for me is that in 2014, Ukraine was the last successful color revolution for the GAE. Maybe 2020, fortification excluded. Every attempt afterwards has failed. The US has lost its soft power shine outside of nations that aren't already vassals. Well, sure, some people could argue that there was one in Brazil. I think that the problem with Brazil is that, and I think you're both right and wrong, Hunger, because I would argue that Brazil is kind of one, but with Brazil, it's so it's so obvious that Bolsonaro has the mainstay of people who are actually actually politically active and conscious. There are huge pro-Bolsonaro protests, and there are almost no opposition protests of any size that is remotely... Obviously, I'm speaking to this as an outsider. I had never been to Brasilia or Rio or any of these places. I have very distant, out of contact family members that are Brazilian, but I don't, I don't have any connection to the country, but from what I can tell as an outsider, the popular support is manifestly on Bolsonaro's side. No one believes that there is some kind of popular mandate to unseat him. And so what goes on in this color revolution is this idea that they don't know who manufactured this change of government, but it certainly does not emerge from anyone they know. And that's sort of the opposite of the color revolution. The power of the color revolutions was that they were very plausibly the most powerful populist movement in the country at the time. And if Brazil is going to be the new face of the color revolution, we're going to be in for a very bumpy start, because the first person who can successfully pull off a coup is going to be is going to be greeted with open arms by most of the population that would ordinarily be rebelling against illegitimate governments. All right, but that's a good point. Hunger has brought this up multiple times. The State Department relies on its power in these clientele elite classes that exist in foreign countries. I remember this, my mother was a foreign language teacher, and she did a lot of work in the International House. And what was so funny is that, I don't know if I told her this ever, but I don't know if there's a proper way to breach this. She would work in this International House is basically like dorms for international students that are staying for a very brief period of time on exchange. And, not like you're coming here for 4 years and you just tend to go with the rest of the students. But it's sort of a place where you can meet a lot of people from different countries and have English lessons and all that sort of stuff. And it's attached to most colleges. But there's a variety of people who are there visiting, some faculty, some students, blah, blah, blah. And I always remarked, I don't always remark, but I always thought to myself, you spend time around people from so many different countries, but you never seem to encounter anybody who has a radically different worldview than you do. Why is this? Well, obviously, it's because virtually all of the people who come, you talk to people from Iran, you talk to people from Saudi Arabia, you talk to people from North Africa, and they all have, a little bit of ethnic differences, but for the most part, like the same moderate, progressive, vote for Hillary Clinton worldview that you do. Like, is that representative of Iran? Is it representative of Morocco? Is it representative of Turkey? No. It's because all of these countries have little itty bit, tiny clientele classes that are maintained by, indirectly through the State Department, that are sort of American in spirit and that are useful for those countries in maintaining relationships with the West. And these are the people who attend Western universities and who make up the intellectual class of these countries and who get their books published in 37 languages. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, Isabel Allende, all of these people, Roberto Bolaño maybe notwithstanding, these Latin American authors, right? I don't have to ask you where their politics are. They're obviously on the center left. Is it representative? Absolutely not. And so, this is sort of a stage trick that the cathedral is pulling off, where it convinces you that the rest of the world is basically, carbon copies of Hillary Clinton, where in reality, there's a much more diverse set of worldviews and values around the world. And this is easy to pull off in universities and exchange students because they're far from that class. It's hard to pull off in elections. And it could be that we are at the end of believable color revolutions. That from now on, what the color revolutions will trigger is simply either a cold civil war, as seems to be going on in Brazil, or a hot civil war with external belligerents, as is going on in Ukraine. Man, if a color revolution is being threatened at you in that way, countries are going to react very differently, in my opinion. Again, speaking as a layman, right? Creeper Weirdo, the AI convention, the AI art convention is very interesting to me. I have been watching Sam Hyde's stream on it. Stream on YouTube. Sam Hyde's perfect clips. And he said in 2 years it will be taking point, and right now it's just a toy for silly Billy's F slurs. I also saw a video, I don't remember the channel's name. He said it's identity theft. I don't know if that scans, I'm still trying to parse this. And he said in 2 years it will be a talking point, and right now it's just a toy for silly Billy F slurs. I also saw a video, I don't remember the channel's name, but he said it's identity theft. I don't know what you mean by identity theft. Sorry, but on AI art generally, it's going to get better. It's going to get more representative. But I don't think it's going to communicate anything. Like if I just took Leonardo da Vinci and I modulated the faces and the body forms so that they move around. This has been a technology that's been available to computers for a while. You take one face, you take another face, and then you merge them together into a new face. There was even a paper on eigenfaces that was very famous that came out in the early 2000s, I think, based on eigenvectors from linear algebra. And so obviously you could just take Leonardo da Vinci, transmute it, and get new Leonardo da Vinci's. What does it communicate? I don't know. I think that the answer to AI art is slow art. If I'm going to consume a piece of art, I need to know where it's from. I need to know who made it. I need to know what they were thinking, and I need to consume it slowly. I need to take it in and appreciate what it is organically as a physical object. Maybe in the future, people will literally feel the frames or something of art. God knows people throw Campbell's soup on them now to make a point about environmental causes. So we can't be that safeguarding about our art. But art is a physical object created by another physical creature called a human. AI art cannot replace it. It can mimic it. It can trick you into thinking that it is that. But it can't communicate anything because the algorithm is just remelding art pieces together in sort of a pseudo-subconscious. And it's not actually trying to communicate a message or a feeling or an emotion. He continues, Creeper Weirdo says, I just want people to see humanity and art. Maybe in the future people won't actually buy art unless there's a YouTube video of the artist making it on screen. That could be possible. I don't know. I think that we have a long way to go before it reaches that point. But, I certainly can't say that the new AIs, the new reinforcement learning AIs that are coming out and really getting sophisticated aren't kind of threatening that. So, yeah, art is about humanity. That is the only proper subject of art. It's not about, oh, a weird emanation from my random forest mapping into a neural network reinforcement learning algorithm. That's bullshit. And just because you can fake something doesn't know. Quote from my recent essay. Would you say that plant photosynthesis, a simulation of plant photosynthesis, is the same thing as actual photosynthesis? Obviously not. Okay. So I will say the same thing about art. Simulations of art, even perfect simulations of art, are not actually art. Happy New Year's and God bless. Thoughts on the collapse of AF this year? America first. Well, remember what I said about no one ever being gone on the internet? I don't think Nick Fuentes is gone. But the problem is I'm very hard pressed to see who Nick's audience is, who's at all serious about anything. His handling of the Kanye fiasco was nuts. Even if your goal was to mainstream JQ sort of stuff, he took that, he reset that conversation for 10 years. Based on the late handling of Kanye West, and specifically his appearance on Alex Jones. People ask me all the time whether they think Nick Fuentes is controlled opposition. I tell them that we don't understand what controlled opposition is. Controlled opposition means that the cathedral always picks the opposition that it wants to fight against. And Nick Fuentes looks a lot like an enemy that the cathedral would want to have. He's exactly that image of the smug kind of asshole, the smug young asshole who probably was really mean to you in high school and was always like insulting people and kind of a sociopath and a wheeler and dealer, always wearing a suit even though he didn't need to, completely incapable of speaking frankly. The kind of guy. And Nick, I don't know, I'm not saying that Nick is a sociopath, but he looks like one. And for that reason, he's the perfect controlled opposition. I guess, one of he had an incredible talent of speaking to young people and making them think that he was the representation of their interests. And I don't know. That's this is the thing with Andrew Tate as well, and to me they're very similar figures. Andrew Tate is exactly the kind of villain that the cathedral would love to have, macho man, but kind of like still emotionally insecure. Oddly enough, I don't know how anyone can be so emotionally insecure after getting hit in the face, but Andrew Tate's managed to pull that off, and getting into fights with girls, which is always it's a bad look, unserious propaganda pieces. He's a spitting image of what one of their, and also possibly prosecutable, which is another idealized aspect of him. So now he appears magically. Do I think he's fake? No. Do I think he's fed? No. I just think that the cathedral, the media looked out into the ether, and they looked out and said, what's our version of a lol cow? We need to have a villain for this story. So of all the people who are kind of marginally popular bodybuilders, what's the one that makes our enemies look the worst? Like Joe Rogan, he's too stable for us. I know he talks about DMT. I know he's kind of a meme, but he's obviously has his head on his shoulders pretty tightly. So we need somebody who's like a worse version of that sells all of our narratives. And so they found Andrew Tate. They started talking about him a lot, and then, the buzz cycle starts up, and soon enough he's a phenomenon. And the real thing and why is he so appealing? Well, he's so appealing because a generation of young men just see their own leaders betray them. And not to keep on flogging the dead horse of Dreher and French, But the worst thing about these kind of weak versions of Christianity is that it's going to create this situation where it's just an open field about who can finally start talking to young people and not completely collapse into an emotional wreck the way that Peterson has, and the way that it seems like Dreher is always on his way to having happened to him. I don't know. Yeah, that's my thoughts on Nick. Okay, I already answered that question on the collapse of America first. Cringe Walker for $3 USA. It has always seemed rather odd to me that it always seemed quite odd to me that the progressive finds it easier to forgive someone who murders their parents and to forgive Hitler. That's how you can find indoctrination. Well, I mean, they technically know that this is not correct theology. They technically know that in sort of the scheme of crimes, these are both murder. And moreover, Hitler's, like I said, he's already gone to his eternal judgment, whatever that may be. And so this heaping coals upon burning Troy, flogging a dead horse, to use a less classic analogy, it's sort of useless. But the thing is, like, proclaiming your hatred of Hitler, it's a ceremonial task for people in the present world. And I hate it because it shows you're part of their religion. Like, for instance, there's I don't know if there's anything like this in Catholicism. I'd be hard pressed. There's certainly things like this in syncretic religions, right? But there, in the Hajj for Islam, there's this, in addition to the Hajj, which is the Holy Stone, there's another stone that represents Satan, or the place where Satan tempted Muhammad, I suppose. And ceremonially, Muslims will throw rocks at it to symbolize that they cast off Satan. Get behind me, Satan, kind of deal. And the public renunciations of Hitler and the insanity of Hitler and the superlatives of Hitler. Again, it's like what Nick Land said. We think this North Korean stuff is cringe. It can never happen here. But it literally is the example of... Hitler is literally the example of the divine entering reality, of entering history. Instead of God being manifest in dear leader, it's Satan being manifest in hated leader. And everything else is sort of organized around that principle. And there's this famous quote from Winston Churchill where he said, I don't know if this is true or apocryphal. I think a newspaper wrote this, but I don't know if Churchill actually said it. But the quote goes, "If Adolf Hitler invaded hell, I would be reasonably inclined to defend Satan and say a good word or two about him in encouragement and resistance of the invasion." Now, originally, I'm pretty sure that quote was lifted from Churchill to indicate that Churchill was an insane warmonger, right? Who's dead set on taking Britain to war with Germany, and who thought Germans were orcs or devils incarnate that needed to be beaten back like the new Hun, as in the World War II propaganda. But nowadays, people hear that quote and don't think, holy shit, Winston Churchill was nuts. They think, that's pretty based. That's the rational thing to think. Well, there are great criminals in history, from Tamerlane to Genghis Khan to Hitler to Mao to Stalin. But, I mean, you're Christian here, right? This idea that these people are more evil than Satan is virtually sacrilegious almost. And I don't know. So this is sort of the progressive catechism. Do you reject Hitler and all of his evils? I do. There you go. That's the Catholic ceremonial renunciation. You have Hillary at baptism while all her political liabilities are taken care of, reciting about how she renounces Hitler and all of his evils. Okay. Novum for $3 USA. Excellent talk on Sam Bankman-Fried. Oops. Uh-oh. Okay. There we go. That should do it. Almost lost power there. Okay. Excellent talk on Sam Bankman-Fried. Um, Everyone's always likes that Bankman-Fried talk. Uh-oh. Hopefully we're still streaming here. Okay, good. Um, let's just check the chats, make sure there's no F's in them. Hopefully we're still going. Okay, good. All right, cool. Sorry, my power plug became loosened and I went into low power mode. Sometimes the computer shuts down. All right. Yeah, everyone liked the Sam Bankman-Fried essay. That's kind of interesting that was a popular one this year. I guess it was because I told a real intimate story about his life. Maybe I should do more streams like that where I take a story on. It is very few people would inspire in their personal lives as much interest in me as Sam Bankman-Fried. Because again, he comes from my world. And because of that, his personal life says something about my own personal life, or the personal life I didn't go to MIT. I never had billions of dollars dropped on me to start a startup, but it still feels close enough that I can say this is a person from my world. And anyway, if only Sam Bankman-Fried had created a sunscreen, he could call it SPF 50. Okay, that would be good. And sold that instead, or deodorant. Well, how would he sell deodorant? Probably having never used it. The guy did not look like he got out very much, so I don't know. I wouldn't want him selling me deodorant, or maybe it would be like, oh, this is only deodorant this powerful can possibly be used for a man this slimy, but who knows? Okay, Novum for $3. The women are wonderful and men are murderers effect. Sickens society to my disgust. Hopefully, we will move past this as a society, but I have no clear clue how it would. Yeah, I mean, the problem is that women. I mean, like, what are women gonna do? They're gonna blame somebody, right? I think what's going to eventually happen is this whole idea that women are one group is going to break apart. And that this is obviously there's two ways this is going to go down. One is our society is going to collapse because men and women can't date or marry or have children at anything that approaching a reasonable rate. And so our society exists only in nucleus religious communities and people who kind of make it through the genetic bottleneck, as Black Horse puts it. But the other option, the sort of reprieve option that we're staring down right now, and I don't think it's a reprieve option for the cathedral generally, but it certainly is a reprieve option in the sense that it will have a lot more women thinking a lot more rationally than they used to. A reprieve option that we have now is that the whole idea, feminism operates around this idea, as Steve Saylor puts it, that women are all in one big group and they're competing against men for, I don't know, the goodies, which men get more of. That frame is impossible to win because you can't play men's rights against women's rights because society has not and never will see men as a proper recipient as a class of general charity. And most societies do see women generally as a proper recipient of charity. And so that's why the progressives love it, because it works for them and it doesn't work for anyone else. But the reprieve that we're facing down right now is that the trans movement threatens to break the concept of women right down the middle, such that the idea of being a woman has virtually no meaning, and it will have to be further qualified. So people are like, well, I'm a cis woman. So as opposed to getting up in the morning and looking in the mirror and thinking, I'm a woman competing with men, a lot of women will step and say, I'm a cis woman, and I really feel insecure about all the trans women that are using my facilities. Or I don't like people doing woman face. Or the sports, I have a bad experience with a trans athlete on one of my daughter's sports teams. That immediately breaks the political narrative where women are on team woman and men are on team men. And women are very, when they think about politics, they don't think of, they think about things in terms of good guys versus bad guys, very much so. And I say this, my wife is a very smart woman. She has a higher IQ than I do, I believe. But her view on politics is very female. There's a reason why the details over Meghan Markle's crimes against the royal family are very, very prominent in her mind, as just she's very, very interested in that. And she's not very interested in how the House of Windsor slowly lost power and became a puppet of Parliament over the last 150 years. So that's just how the female imagination works. And so the collective categories we have to be broken before we can get past this way of viewing things. But thanks, yeah, that's the hope. Darth Calhoun for $3, USA. Good night, Dave. I hope you're having a good feast of the Epiphany. Yes, I actually had to teach a Sunday school supplement on that. So I've talked a lot about Epiphany today. God chose to take my last grandparent. Oh, I'm so sorry. My grandmother this day. Please keep her in your prayers this night. Yeah, that's horrible. I remember losing my last grandparent. It was almost 10 years ago. And that's it's hard when you lose your last grandparent, because when you lose your first grandparent, obviously they're usually the oldest one. They're never as active in your life. But when you lose the last one, it's like the link to an entire generation is gone. And now this entire part of your family's history, it's no longer stories at Christmas. It's now just photos and scraps of paper and memories. And now they're not telling you stories. You're telling stories about them. And you know that there's an entire cast of characters that they told stories about that you don't know because it never got that deep into the weeds, who are now kind of fading from memory, and who will exist in the memory of their descendants, if they do, only as places on a family tree. And that's the fate of all of us, unfortunately. We'll be remembered, but only by God. Except for a few, who might be remembered for a few hundred years more. And, and that's our fate as finite beings. And that's actually something we have to come to terms with. We're not just upgradable software platforms. We have a life, we have an organic life, an organic death. Anyway, next super chat. USA $3. Great stream as always, Dave. Since you returned to Linux, I'll ask the question, which distro? I'm of the Luke Smith opinion that caring about distros is kind of fake and gay. I'm using Mint right now because Mint is awesome on laptops. Back in the day, I obviously tried, Red Hat first because it was free. But my favorite was Debian and later Ubuntu. And the reason why I loved that one so much was one single apt-get. That was a thing that only existed in really Debian distributions. And everyone knows that installing software on Linux is an absolute nightmare. But yeah, I don't really care about distros that much. I mean, just learn Unix, and you'll learn Bash, Fish if you're really fancy, and just go nuts. Script things, and I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna keep on going here, and I'm just realized my voice is kind of running dry. So yeah, I can only go 3.5 hours. Novum for $10 USA. Seemingly obvious, but must be said. Waffle houses are righteously a true test of character. Waffle houses are a true righteous test of character. One will be judged for how they treat others in it. And if there is any darkness inside of your soul, it will be seen, at least in the state of Texas. I don't think I've ever been in a Waffle House. I went to a similar place, my wife's out of town, which is why I have a little more time these days. And for a limited time, very limited time, she'll be back. But I go to all these restaurants that she doesn't want to go to. And one of them was Popeyes, and it's actually not that bad and it's really cheap. But I think it's a very similar vibe to Waffle House. I hope I'm not stereotyping too much, but if that's what you're getting at. I don't know if we even have they certainly don't have Waffle Houses on the West Coast. That doesn't seem like a thing I've ever seen. But anyway, sounds good. Yeah, I guess Waffle Houses are now the new proving grounds, Novum, but we'll have to meditate on that a little bit. I can't help but accelerate as my voice goes. But the next super chat is from Alejandro Sakaras for $3. There's a popular Reddit post blaming the decline of third place on capitalism because places want us to spend money and leave. But capitalism existed before 1980. What exactly explains this? No magic. Well, I mean, what explains leftists blaming the decline of third place? So first of all, I know I'm trying to keep the rambling to a minimum, but for people who know third place theory, the idea is that humans organize their time around three places. One place where they live, another place where they work, and then a third place where they relax and be as a community. That's why you have a bookstore in Seattle called Third Place Books. And I always thought, well, where's First Place Books? It's this novelty bookstore where you can get a brew, read in a room, and also buy a book. And that was the business model. What actually explains, I mean, in some sense, ordinarily when progressives blame things on capitalism, they aren't exactly, they're usually just wrong. But this time they're not so wrong in the sense that it used to be that economic work required people to work together more. And at least in the late 20th century, it didn't. People are becoming increasingly atomized, and so the third place has gone away because of that. And this is a great American tragedy. People need third places. First of all, I mean, there's a whole book called Bowling Alone that will go in that you can read. That I think Putnam obviously is a shit lib, but he's come up with two classic results in right-wing sociology: the Bowling Alone effect and the Putnam effect about diversity. And he is correct. Like, the decline, it has an economic origin in the fact that all work was corporatized and everyone's commuting. Additionally, it's the decline of religion, and it's the decline of people playing sports. Now, more and more entertainment is becoming atomized. And this is something that we have to absolutely resist. And this is why, I'm kind of a nerd, and I know it's kind of a degenerate hobby, but I'm a huge fan of involved board games that have game metas to them. A game meta is where people talk about the game and try to perfect the art of the game outside of the game itself. So chess has kind of a meta, so does Go. But I really love these advanced games because it sort of forces a community to grow up around it. And that kind of creates an implicit third place, even if it's not the third place that you'd really want to form real community. And I guess the idea, a problem also is that you have to have ordinarily churches just existed because everyone needed a church. Sports teams just existed because everyone played sports. But now all of our habits of pastime, we don't have religion, and all our pastime habits are consumption habits, or they're atomized habits. And this is just destructive to the human person. And our jobs require much less cooperation. I guess that's the kernel of truth about blaming it on capitalism. But thank you, Alejandro. Spires for $3 USA. Can the dissident right start discussing real patriarchy? Coverture laws and making it such that women can't appeal to a higher authority than their husbands? Third rail never discussed. Huge hole in theory. What do you mean? Like, that's frequently discussed. I was listening to a podcast the other day with Kofifi Annan on Alex Kashida's podcast. Well, now he's been on twice, but I don't know if he talked about it the second time. But the first time he certainly talked about this idea of legal systems essentially holding husbands to account for a wife's debt. And therefore filtering financial decisions through the patriarch. I mean, yeah, we talk about that all the time. And are you wondering why there's not an extended conversation? It's because it's not implementable. It's also hard to see how it's practically implementable in a society where women need to operate some amount of the finances. I guess, maybe you could create a financial arrangement where women, where the family cannot spend money as a non-collective unit, and then all finances have to be approved by a designated CEO, which is you by design. So I guess you could create this via a legal arrangement. I don't think it would be particularly binding. It might have some financial hurdles for, no-fault divorce, obviously, like a prenup might. But the problem with discussing sort of these archaic forms of reasserting patriarchy is that they don't have easy implementations, nor easy to describe utilities if only a few people do them. Like, I trust my wife, so I don't need to have some kind of legal apparatus that will hold me to account for her debt. That's not, because we have our finances organized, so that will never happen. And so these legal apparatuses only handle the exceptional cases, and since you don't have control over the legal apparatus, and likely never will at the level that you're hoping to implement it, the conversation kind of goes, well, this would solve a bunch of problems if we could hypothetically implement it. Oh, that's cool, but we'll never really know, practically speaking, because we need to experiment with it. And we can't, observe how this would look like in microcosm, so we don't know how it actually would fix this problem. So, yeah, I mean, certainly it's part of the theory. You can listen to people talk about it. And, we talk about the distant right like there's one theory. The distant right is a purely negative description. It's like the word atheist. There is no distant right theory. There are many anorex personalities that talk about these kind of legal regimes of finances that force families to have a common financial structure, like a corporation, a common set of books. So that certainly is part of some theories. And, if you want to find it discussed, you can listen to that podcast with Kofi Fianan. But all the discussions go in the same way. Wouldn't that be interesting to test out? But we'll never be able to test it out. So, unfortunately, that there's a little bit of a barrier to actually seeing how that might work in real life. PA for $10 USA. If you were to have your time over again in 2023, would you still pursue an engineering degree? Well, yeah, I'm not here. College, I mean, here's what I would do. I would, this is tough, because I think that a technical mathematical background is just so useful. I'm eternally grateful that I have very, very solid math and quantitative thinking skills. And I don't know if I would have been able to maintain that without an experience in a technical field. But college is a ripoff. So I might do like two community colleges, go in-state to a state school, get a computer science degree or an industrial engineering degree, it was eventually my degree, and then pair that with a passion degree like art or music or history, and then because you're an engineer, pay off that debt as soon as possible, and then you'll have an advantage on the job market, I guess. Alternatively, you could just try to learn programming and get experience on the job, which is, people try this. I think that works. I don't know how employers feel about degrees anymore because they teach you the same thing. The only question is, I really am losing my voice here. And my train of thought. The question is, I think there's still going to be a lot of jobs for technical people. I think that you want to minimize the amount of money you pay for education. Absolutely do 2 years. Don't worry so much about the school you go to. Your engineering degree is going to be the same from any college. MIT is the same as your local state school. It's a nice gold star to have in your resume. You're not going to learn anything you don't learn from a coding textbook, and if you don't use it, you lose it. That's the core rule of all languages, technical languages in particular. And your degree is only as good as what you can build with it. So while you're in school, build a portfolio, build a portfolio, build a portfolio. If you go the non-school route, build a portfolio, build a portfolio, build a portfolio. Your career should be the portfolio, not the number of gold stars you have on your resume. It should be a list of projects or publications, not an A+++ or a GPA. Those are going to be increasingly useless. And so I'd be cautious with that. And just have a plan for yourself, and always have a backup plan, right? If engineering doesn't work out for you, what's your backup plan? The skills will be transferable, and most people will see your possession of skills to be, this guy has his shit together and is a go-getter. And being a go-getter in this economy, sell when it's high. People are willing to pay top dollar for workers that really haul ass these days. Or, as much as they can, because no one has any money. But, you can scarcity when you see it. So yeah, always be building is my constant piece of advice. Jimmy for $7. Hey Dave, I was wondering if you talked to the work of Joseph Bronsky, pseudonym. He's associated with Ryan Falk and friends, but he has been constructing an epistemic analysis of the cathedral. He puts it under what he calls the patriarchate. Well, no, I'm sorry, I haven't seen Joseph Bronze. Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, I think he DM'd me about, I don't know, about, data-driven examinations of the cathedral, and he has, a paper that he's circulating. I don't know, sure, it seems like he's pitching it towards an academic audience. In this community, if you have a 20-page PhD thesis with data, that's probably not going to be absorbed very well. People want a 5,000 word summary of your idea and an explanation about the main points where it differs from existing theory. And if you have data to back that up, that's fine. But if I'm reading an academic paper, and worse yet, if I'm dealing with somebody's, document draft, this is a very difficult thing to process, and not something that I have a lot of bandwidth to do. And this is another thing too. Just advice for people in the future: sell your theory before you name it. If you're going to give it a toy, a name, that's cool. Like the cathedral, it's snappy, and when you talk about it in a blog post, you can use it or whatever. when you talk about something. But once you talk to me about somethingology, or or what was Kurt Doolittle call his proprietarianism, or exitarianism, or coctology, or blah 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 blah. It's the once you title your movement and your brilliant idea before you sell me on what the differences are between it and existing theory, I immediately kind of get this person is kind of trying to sell me something. And just for myself, that kind of makes me shut down a little bit. So I'm sure this patriciate theory is great, but I need to get it into a form where I'm not reading it as a manuscript. So thank you very much for the suggestion. I'm sure if this thing is as dynamite as he says it is, we'll all be hearing about it in 3 or 4 months when he finally publishes his paper and people are able to maybe even all come up with a summary of the main ideas they can put in 3,000 words. Okay, great. Rotten meat for $3. I thought you might like TBP. It's an epic of your self-described caste from a different... Oh, the three-body problem. I thought you might like the three-body problem. It's an epic of your self-described caste from a different culture. Yeah. Well, okay, kind of, right? Because I have got several books in my bookshelf. The most prominent offenders are Roberto Bolaño's 2666. The second one is Eos Bayat's Possession. And these books I consider borderline unreadable because they're about academics with their heads completely stuck up their own butts. Maybe three-body problem is the exception that proves the rule, but there's virtually nothing more boring than reading a book about academics, discussing fake academics. I really hate that premise, and I guess it's a testament to the ideas behind Three Body Problem that it manages to be a good book despite, violating one of my primary rules about not liking novels about academics or fallen academics. Sam153 for USA $20. Happy New Year's, Dave. I hope your Christmas was great as well. Looking for your insights and wisdom in 2023. Well, thanks, man. I'm going to keep on going because my voice is giving way. TN1000 for USA $3. P1, Part 1. I watched Do Leftoids Dream of Electric Sheep video. You know what makes me mad about solar punk? You can't build a supercomputer with steam pipes. Cybernetic enhancements won't be ready for a long time. Okay, there's a part 1 here. Is there a part 2? Maybe he'll tweet this later. I hope I didn't miss that. I'm certainly not seeing it. Okay, well, I'll try to answer that. I watched your... Amazing, Piet. I watched your live stream about leftoids. You know what makes me mad about solar punk? You can't build a supercomputer with steam pipes. Cybernetic enhancements won't be ready for a long time. Well, okay. We're talking about the leftist fantasy where they're all Amish, but they have robots doing the work for them, which kind of defeats the whole point about being Amish because you're detached from the actual earth that you're trying to work. This is I guess the idea of artificial intelligence really, humans just need to have work that they do themselves. And most of the Amish are not pure technology prohibitionists. They allow for some, but we really have to be careful in how we integrate artificial intelligence in our lives because this is very, very big danger vector for deracinating and dehumanizing us. And we're already deracinated enough with modern technology. but I answered that as well as I could. Thank you very much for the super chat. Creeper Weirdo for $5. What the, what the second channel meant was he found it offensive that the art was talking with the art's voice. So it's stealing. Okay, so what the second comment meant was that he found it offensive that the art was talking with the art's voice. So it's stealing. So it is stealing. Say no to robots. Also, gropers don't believe in anything, so they will say everything so long as it is edgy. Yeah, I find that the groper phenomenon is struggling to come up with its. I think griping is just a phenomenon where you say edgy stuff and get people to humiliate themselves when they overreact, sort of in the mode of Ali G or one of those other comedians that did like fake interviews back in the early 2000s. So yeah, grippers don't believe anything, and I guess an AI art is basically borrowing the insight built into it by the programmer, if it has any insight into it whatsoever, and is not just a recombiner. And so, in effect, is stealing. I don't know. I think it's hard to really conceptualize it that way. So probably very few people will. Dreadnought for $5. I don't have a serious question tonight, so a couple of fun ones. First, I'm a spicy food lover. Do you enjoy anything in the chili head realm? Second, as a tabletop gamer, have you ever looked into BattleTech? And what do you think of the setting? Well, okay, that's a good. I mean, so I have kind of a stomach problem. I love spicy food, but I have a very weak stomach, and I'm very easy to make myself ill these days. It happened when I was 1 year my stomach just gave out on spicy food, so I had to be very careful about what I eat. But a favorite of mine, obviously, is a family recipe for goulash. And I just love spicy food generally. I mean, Indian food is just a favorite of mine. Doesn't preserve very well overnight, but it's a generally good one. And a lot of the Spanish food is really great, the tapas stuff. But, the family recipe for goulash is always really good. Chicken goulash with just huge peppers in it. You cook it for an enormous amount of time, and the thing just comes off, and it's like a bunch of molten lava on Spetzel. As for BattleTech, like I've heard it's a great game, and I would love to play it. And but first of all, like what the games I play, I like to think that I'm very alternative in my use of computing technology, but I play games to play games, and so you play the games that other people play, and I don't think anyone plays that game in my area. The setting, the problem with BattleTech as a setting for me is that war seems to obtain its true poetry in the form of infantry clashing against each other. And I don't know what war means if it's two tanks blowing each other away from a distance or two robots fighting. And I understand that there's the stories of the pilots themselves, and that's kind of cool. And there's always the whole aces over Europe phenomenon, the dog fighting from World War One, which is more or less the same thing. And I respect that. But in a war game, the moment in a war game that's the most true for true tabletop games is like the cavalry charge or the military maneuver or the ambush. And I don't know what a cavalry charge or an ambush means for giant mech robots. So I never have really felt that I could get into that universe so easily, but I'd love to give it a try. Saying that like I have tons of extra time, which I don't, a few months in 2020, I had, more time than I should have had. And I used that to, paint up an army for a game I wanted to play for a very long time. Probably not time well spent, but it was a mental vacation from blogging. So there you go. But thank you very much, Dreadnought. I'm going to move on to the next one. Midlink for $5. I'm 35 and have a BA in history. No debt and $60K to my name. I have been on eBay reseller as my sole profession. However, It's past time to grow and get a real job. I have 131 IQ and no tangible skills whatsoever. Go back to school? Something else? Um, well, why don't you combine the two of them? I mean, you're obviously someone that likes to sell and buy things. That's something that's going to be eternally useful. And I think I can answer these questions a lot when they come to me about engineering. I have a harder time answering them when they come to financial issues. So it would seem to me that what we want would be like an accounting degree or business degrees are highly questionable, first of all, because they're mainly networking opportunities. And that being said, what you really want is you want to develop skills in another market that isn't eBay reselling. And you want to develop this into a business that has. So I don't know. I think there's two options. You could literally start a business, right? You could literally say, okay, I'll say this to you. My father, as a retirement project, he had an online business reselling books. And he was eventually able to and this is a retirement project, so it wasn't ever making that much money. But he segued this into a brick and mortar bookstore, which was really, really cool. And when you segue an online business into a brick and mortar place, it does open up opportunities for you to develop skills in managing people, just practically on the job. I am very skeptical about degrees. I think business degrees are highly questionable. CPAs, I know, are useful. So if you're thinking about going into business or accounting, that might be something to consider. I think they can be gotten in 2 years. Spend the absolute minimum amount of time you need to get these degrees. And then really other than that, I'm not so sure what you're really looking for. I wouldn't recommend trying to maybe jumping into coding might be useful. But what I would do first is I would try like one of these coding academies and then working on some projects to begin with to see if your brain really takes to it. And then trying to get a job as a coder. And then consider a degree, a very short degree, hopefully, for that. But be careful. But jumping into something like chemical engineering, that might be a bit more difficult. And I'm not so sure it's worth it because the job dynamics are so strange. But I don't know, that's my advice for what it's worth. Thank you very much for middling. TN1000 for $3. Oh, here's the second part. Part 2. I grow gardens. I'm going to build a house with Art Nouveau elements when I can. Solar punk is not impossible. The left is just lazy. Well, here's an actual question. TN1000th, 1000th, which I'm pretty sure has been selected as a name just to get me to mispronounce it. What is a solar punk fiction that isn't a yogurt commercial that leftists fap to? I guess, like, is it Miyazaki? Is it I'm thinking of maybe anime. There was this anime called Haibane Renmei. It was from the director of Serial Experiments Lane, and it had kind of a solar punk vibe to it. Solar punk Art Nouveau with a garden is about as close as you can get to solar punk. But to me, Art Nouveau in a garden setting just says to me modernized neo-Edwardian sensibilities. So there's that. I mean, everything about anime has kind of a neo-Edwardian, feeling to it, if you know what I mean. Anyway, I'm going to go on. Thanks for the super chat. And this is the last one of the night. Thank heavens. Hi, Dave. Thanks for all you did this year. Finally started catching you live, and it helped me keep sane. Oh, well, thanks very much. I'm glad people enjoy the podcast. Obviously, it's the way that I can make a little bit of money on the side for this channel. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for being a great audience. Hopefully, I'll be able to get another essay out soon while I still have time. And then I've got a few other projects that I want to work on. But that being said, thank you very much for tuning into this stream. I think it was a very productive stream. And for this evening's psalm reading, I'm going to read my favorite psalm, which is Psalm number 2. In the King James Version, it's "Why did the heathen rage?" But I'll read it in this translation. Psalm 2. Why this tumult against the nations, among peoples this useless murmuring? They arise, the kings of the earth, princes plot against the Lord and his anointed. Come, let us break their fetters. Come, let us cast off their yoke. He who sits in the heavens laughs. The Lord is laughing to them in scorn. He will speak in his anger. His rage will strike them with terror. It is I who have set up my king on Zion, my holy mountain. I will announce the decree of the Lord. The Lord said to me, You are my son. It is I who have begotten you this day. Ask, and I shall bequeath you the nations. Put the ends of the earth in your possession. With a rod of iron you will break them, shatter them like a potter's jar. Now, O kings, understand, take warning, rulers of the earth. Serve the Lord with awe, and tremble, pay him your homage, lest he be angry, and you perish. For suddenly his anger will be ablaze. Blessed are they who put their trust in God. At any rate, everyone have a happy 2023. I'll see you next week for the podcast, broadcasts on Fiddler's Green, or I probably should get a better name for it. But I'll see you next week for the podcast. And in the meantime, have a blessed and wonderful week. Good night.